what anyone was doing.
And if nothing else, you felt better for having
Felt better for having it. Yeah.
I'm going to step away and cover a couple logistics things. Yeah.
And we made a lot of friends that were good for many years, and we can still do that. Like 10 years later, I can still call, hey Kathy, did you ever have a problem like this? You know?
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
And that really, the relationship
Yeah.
takes a little while.
Yeah. Oh, it is. Yeah, that's right. In fact, when I quit government, when I finally retired, I was really worried that I'd lose all my friends. I had so many friends.
Yeah, and well, especially if they kept working in the retired.
Yeah. But fortunately, the new communications, the cell phones. So now I figure if I can meet people once or twice a year, then you can keep going with teleconferences and things of that nature. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. Some of my retired colleagues are the best. They're the ones who will contact me and say, "Hey, we haven't seen each other in a while.
Yeah.
I want to have lunch."
Yeah, right.
And they have the time to think about doing that.
Yeah.
They
That's
put it on my calendar.
And they also understand.
They do understand. Yeah, this is very nice. Yeah. So.
But the people at OPM who train, this is never on the standard training course. It's about setting goals.
You should look for an opportunity
Oh,
to give your ideas.
well, I will. Now that you mention it, it really was very, very useful.
Yes.
What did you want to learn about? Well, the first course I ever had at UNSCS was on legislation and hearings. And they said, okay, the first rule is go to the bathroom exactly 15 minutes before the meeting. I'm going to do
I wanted
it
the same thing. It's so nice to meet you.
My pleasure. I hope you do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hello, how are you? Good to see you. Good. Good to go? Ready? I mean, I'm excited. I guess I'm here in case Christine gets delayed for some reason, but okay.
It's always good to have things ready.
You sitting alone.
I'm gonna probably just sit in the back.
Good morning. Yeah. Two.
Tell me anything.
That's rural.
All right, well that's good to know. I'm glad
Although I initially wrote it and then we sent it over to Craig
Oh,
Craig.
and I told her about the speaker that we were using.
Came back to me. All of these comments. Half of these are they're like, you just sound like such an academic. I was like, I am an academic. You guys are practice components of it. I don't think so. Hi, India. Nice to meet you.
So, Travis is over at APL. Yeah. He's very
Thank you.
So there's research.
does lots of really cool things.
We'll see where we are. Thanks. So just stop.
Lots of cool things.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
I'm gonna say.
And how long are you teaching the semester? Gotcha. Where's your institutional home?
Yeah, I'm gonna.
I'm from Los Angeles, but I graduated from Rayburn.
Great. Where in North Carolina are you from? Yeah, I'm from Charleston. So, what are you studying in America? Okay, I was like, you look really familiar. What's your name? Amanda?
She's the one that went to
Okay.
on board. We had two Amandas and two Amanda J's at that. So
Which is why you had to get married? Is that
I had to get married.
So
I had to to fix it. So can't have too many Amanda J's.
So, yeah, nice to see you. And, is she the director of yeah, I'm sorry. Oh, wait. Oh, gotcha.
We can hear you. Do you need Robin?
I thought it was
Yes.
everything. Who's Robin? On the phone.
Just 1 second.
Somebody that I ran into. Never run into. Maybe.
Coffee down the right place.
Yeah, it wasn't me. It was a, but it was a. Oh, that's who it was. Yes. That's what.
Thank you. Yeah, so
Did I get the right one?
Oh, okay. Gotcha. No wonder. Ran into her again. And literally.
yeah.
I just saw him.
He went down the hall.
Like times.
Stare at my
And you should know that I rotate.
it helps with the
Yeah, so like.
I was like
I work on the commission staff. I just started working as a singer person. So I work like since it was there's like 3 of us that got hired for 1 year as staff.
yes.
Teach you into the surge
So
mindset.
we're small staff. Yeah, so we gotta write so that's like everybody it's a small world. I mean, it is.
Oh yeah.
Like, that's totally fine. I just want to make sure that
Still house infrastructure is really big.
Well, I guess we go for it.
So it's been like a for IT giving us like all this stuff that's different. So my laptop will work so much. Of course. Yeah. Yeah. No. So I did education statistics. I did child poverty for 101, but like there's just so much. And what's really cool about this is it provides me with service stats and individual so like I get to combine stats and policies without having to make sensitive things. I did that, but it still helps there. So it's really interesting so far. We just started. Well, I just started. They've been like the commission has been already around since the beginning of April. Who teaches? Oh, okay. Okay, I was thinking to you, and then I wanted to do grants. I wanted to do more like nonprofit stuff. So I'm thinking of grant management, and actually, like, I don't think it's what I want to do anymore. So I'm meeting with Renee on Tuesday to talk about like what I want to so like I'm gonna do a policy class too. But I think that's what I'm taking into evaluation and financing the other Sarah has it, and she signs like all this reading things. That's what she says. Yeah. So I'm not looking forward to it. I'm like, how is your I'm not taking it. There's no way I have to read it because it's just Yeah, like it's like the head. Yeah, yeah. And everyone's like, she doesn't know. No, but that, I will take photos of my ambition. I'm putting my foot down on concrete. I'm like, I can't do it. And I'd be like, I'll talk to you later. I'm not sure. You can ask Mary in a purple sweater. No one knows what that story is.
Good. Why don't we go ahead and get started? Would like to thank everyone who has come to join us for the Commission on Evidence-Based Policymaking's first public hearing. I'm Catherine Abraham. I'm the chair of the commission. I'm joined by Ron Haskins, the co-chair, and Allison Orris, one of the commission members. We are webcasting the hearing, and there are likely to be other commissioners who are not able to be here but listening in for at least part of the morning. As you know, this commission has been established in the midst of what, from my perspective, is really an unprecedented movement towards evidence-based policymaking. We're seeing that at the federal level, we're seeing that at the state level, we're seeing that at the local government level. I think this clearly represents a desire on the part of members of the public and policy officials as well to be better informed by credible information when making important decisions. And I hope that the work of the commission can contribute to that. The commission, as you I think know, was set up as a result of bipartisan legislation that was passed earlier this year. I take that as a very good sign as well, that there's interest on both sides of the aisle in doing something in this area. We're very excited to hear your perspectives this morning, and we're wanting to hear viewpoints from a whole wide range of perspectives on what we're doing, and I look forward to hearing from you. Ron, do you want to
Yes.
add a little?
Yes. So, of course, hearing from the public, not selected by us, is a very important part of the commission. So we're going to have 3 open hearings, one here, one that's almost certainly going to be in Chicago, and then a third one somewhere on the West Coast. And we're going to invite anybody who wants to come. And within reason, we'll give them, everybody could submit a written statement, and then we'll accommodate as many witnesses to actually come before the commission as possible. If we had 100 people who want to do it, I doubt that we'll accommodate 100, but we'll probably do something like first come, first served. But the point is, we want to hear from everybody who thinks they have something to say to the commission, because we're not likely to get another commission like this for quite some period of time. And I think there's a widespread belief that there are diamonds locked in federal data sets that we could release if we can make them available to researchers, and especially if we can make them available across agencies and across particular data sets. So that's what we're trying to do. I like to emphasize to witnesses and to people who are going to submit written statements that the more specific the statement is, and the recommendation especially, that here is what you want the commission to do, doesn't mean we'll necessarily do it, but that is the most useful kind. And there are many, many examples in the testimony today that are just superb, specific recommendations of what we could do to make the data more accessible and how it could be used if we did do that. We should thank Speaker Ryan's office for helping us get the room, which is a very nice thing to do. I have been in this room 1,000 times maybe, and had many life-changing experiences in this room back in the days of welfare reform, when this room was so packed that people flowing out the doors and so forth. It was a lot of fun. A little nerve-wracking maybe. We are going to keep a tight schedule. We have a lot of people testify. We intend to follow the clock. We started exactly on time. We want the witnesses to talk for 10 minutes, and we have a clock system that the committee graciously allowed us to use. Your light will be green for 8 minutes, then for 2 minutes it'll be yellow, and then you stop. We have a system of punishments in mind for anybody who exceeds the 10 minutes. We're going to keep you in suspense, though, about what that punishment is, and hopefully none of us will have to witness the terrible consequences of exceeding the 10-minute limit. So that's a very important thing, that we do need to operate on time, because we need to keep a schedule. We have saved time at the end of each panel. In fact, we redid the schedule a couple times because there was not enough time for questioning. We really want to question members of the panel. So please observe the time, and that'll give us time at the end to ask some questions. We may it's possible that some of us or other commissioners may want to write to some people or solicit more information, in which case I expect witnesses will be, and their organizations will be responsive. So thank all of you for coming. This is exactly the way we wanted to start our relationship with the public, and as I said, we'll do it 2 more times, and I hope we have the same quality testimony and turnout. Catherine?
Great, thank you, Ron. Why don't we go ahead and get started, and I will just go down the list of witnesses in order. I would like to welcome George Grobe from the American Evaluation Association.
Madam Chair and members of the commission.
Turn your...
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the commission. So I am here today representing the American Evaluation Association and its 7,400 members practicing evaluation in a range of settings in all 50 states and even in 50 nations. I'll also draw somewhat from my 40 years of federal career in policy analysis and evaluation.
You will now be placed into conference.
The commission knows almost everything, but nothing about the phone system.
So we just took 20 at least of your seconds.
Okay, all right. I'll remember that. Okay. So evaluation is already used in the federal government, and policymakers have been gradually improving it to make this happen. Interest has been bipartisan. The steady march of evaluation policy has included the original 1% evaluation set aside of program funds in the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare. I go back a long time, too. The conversion of the General Accounting Office to the Government Accountability Office, now the world's largest evaluation office, 2,500 strong, maybe more. The establishment of evaluation offices within the Inspector General community, the Bush administration's program assessment rating tool, the Obama administration's budget guidance on impact evaluation and its gradual broadening of and emphasis on the scope and methods used, and the GIPRA Modernization Act with its emphasis on outcome measurement and evaluation. And evaluation offices have flourished in several federal agencies, including the Labor Department, the Administration for Children and Families, CDC, the Education Department, USAID, the Millennium Challenge Corporation, and as I mentioned, GAO and the IG offices. However, many federal agencies, probably most, have no formal evaluation infrastructure. Here I would like to suggest some general strategies and principles to correct this deficiency. They include the proper conduct of evaluation, essentially identifying questions of interest to policymakers and choosing methods best suited for answering those questions. 2, evaluation capacity, including formal agency evaluation policies, evaluation agendas and timetables, consultation with appropriate congressional committees, OMB, and other stakeholders on their information needs, dissemination plans, resources, and plans for how the findings will be used. 3, clearinghouses for program and survey data, and also we propose to serve as repositories for evidence contained in evaluation reports. These strategies cannot be accomplished overnight. However, we hope the future will be planned and opportunities exploited. There's another important issue that I would like to address. It concerns the methods that are often associated with evaluation and promoted in public discussions of it. This relates to randomized controlled trials and rigorous impact evaluation. In fact, the Commission is charged with making recommendations on these topics. We caution against equating them with evaluation, or implying that randomized controlled trials are a gold standard of evaluation, that other evaluations are of lesser value and thereby diminishing their use. Sometimes random control trials are extraordinarily valuable. Other times they may be inappropriate, impractical, or of less value than other forms of evaluation. We suggest that more critical principles are these. First, to use methods that are most suitable for answering the relevant evaluation questions. And two, to build up a body of evaluations throughout the life cycle of programs and to base evaluation decisions on that larger body of evidence. We discussed these ideas further in our evaluation roadmap for a more effective government, which I've provided to the committee. Here, it may be more useful to consider a couple examples. The first is the PEPFAR program. When PEPFAR was enacted in 2003, its authorizing statute required the Institute of Medicine to conduct an evaluation of its progress during the first 3 years. The legislation sought to prevent 7 million HIV infections, treat 2 million people with AIDS, and care for 10 million orphans and others affected by the epidemic in 15 countries, representing 50% of HIV infections worldwide. That scope, the nature of the disease, what wasn't known about it then, and shortcomings in the public health infrastructures of the affected countries presented a mind-boggling evaluation challenge. To its credit, the Institute of Medicine completed its evaluation. I have a copy right here. It issued a report calling for greater emphasis on prevention, increased attention to women and girls, removal of some budget earmarks, expansion and integration of services, expanded country capacity, and enhanced knowledge about what works against the pandemic. The PEPFAR program today reflects many of these ideas. The second is foster care home visits. In the early 2000s, the child welfare community renewed its focus on the safety and quality of care provided to foster children. In addition to its own efforts, the Administration for Children and Families requested the HHS Inspector General to conduct an independent review of the state standards and practices for foster care home visits. There was no federal requirement regarding how often these visits should occur, but the administration used monthly visits as its benchmark for its own assessments, and so the IG's office used that. The IG found that only 43 states had statewide written standards calling for monthly visits. 31 were unable to produce any reports on the extent to which visits were conducted. Of the 20 that did, 7 indicated that fewer than half the children in foster care were visited monthly. The administration agreed to address these shortcomings. These were not impact evaluations, but I believe they were quite impactful. They were not gold standard random control trials, but follow what I call the golden rule of evaluation, which is this. The evaluation questions were formulated by the decision makers. The methods were developed in consultation with them. Results were delivered when they were needed and to the people who could do something with them. Not all evaluations can or should be done the way these two were. They simply show that many different kinds of studies are needed and possible and can provide, embody, the kind of evidence that policymakers wish to have. I hope these ideas are useful to you. I thank you for the opportunity to share our thoughts with you, and I do want to thank you for your public service on the commission.
Thank you very much. I think what we're going to do is to hear from both witnesses on the panel and then have some time for questions. So if I could turn to Clyde Tucker from the American Statistical Association.
Good morning. My name is Clyde Tucker, and I'm a member and former chair of the American Statistical Association's Scientific and Public Affairs Advisory Committee. The American Statistical Association was founded in 1839 and is the oldest continuously operating scientific society in the United States. With more than 19,000 members working in academia, government, and industry, the ASA works to promote the practice and profession of statistics, the science of learning from data and measuring, understanding, and communicating its uncertainty. We believe that statistics and the ability to interpret statistical evidence are integral to the success of evidence-based policymaking. The ASA lauds Speaker Ryan and Senator Murray for their actions and efforts to bring evidence-based policymaking into the limelight. The ASA heartily supports the Commission for Evidence-Based Policymaking and looks forward to the Commission's efforts to improve the science surrounding evidence-based policymaking. We appreciate that 3 commissioners are members of the ASA, 2 of which are former heads of federal statistical agencies. In my brief comments today, I will focus on 5 issues: the stature and autonomy of the federal statistical system, data sharing that leads to data synchronization, concerns related to privacy and confidentiality that may present barriers to the release of data needed for evidence-based policymaking, nurturing evidence-based policymaking capacity across the federal government, and statistical evidence. To ensure that the statistical analysis used to support evidence-based policymaking is both impartial and accurate, the integrity of the research process must be maintained. In particular, the ASA believes that the federal statistical agencies will play a vital role in evidence-based policymaking, and ASA is committed to supporting the historical autonomy of these agencies in order to ensure the integrity of their work. In a 2015 letter to Congress, 20 former statistical agency heads wrote, "As the foundation for policymaking and policy administration, objective and credible statistical data are vital to our democracy, economy, governance, and well-being. All sides of a policy debate should be able to look to the statistical data as objective and high quality. Any perception that the data have been influenced by partisan perspective undermines the policymaking and its administration. The independence of federal statistical agency is a critical element in an agency producing objective and credible statistical data. Statistical agencies should have complete control over data collection, analysis, and publication. Such autonomy should include control over an agency's planning, budget, press releases, and information technology. In the past, this independence for some agencies has been protected from direct political interference by requiring that the heads of statistical agencies be appointed by the President and confirmed by the Senate. Currently, however, Senate confirmation is no longer required to appoint the Director of the Bureau of Justice Statistics or the Commissioner of the National Center for Education Statistics. There is also a House-passed bill pending in the Senate that would remove presidential appointment of the NCES Commissioner. The ASA also supports data linkage and collaboration between the federal statistical agencies. Indeed, greater information sharing across agencies would enhance the research supporting evidence-based policymaking. One example of this type of data sharing is data synchronization. For example, ASA advocates as a follow-up to the Confidential Information Protection and Statistical Efficiency Act, CIPSE, providing the Bureau of Labor Statistics and the Bureau of Economic Analysis the same access to the Internal Revenue Service's business information that the Census Bureau currently has. Supported not just by ASA, but also by a wide variety of other stakeholders, this carefully crafted proposal costs no money, but would result in substantial improvements to the quality of our nation's official economic statistical data, ultimately benefiting policymakers, U.S. businesses, and many other Americans. For more information on this, I provide links to 3 resources at the end of my written comments that I understand you will have access to. Although privacy and confidentiality are important concerns with respect to the release of data for research purposes, barriers created to ensure privacy and confidentiality could limit analysis critical for evidence-based policymaking. In particular, researchers' access to data often is delayed as a result of the need to undergo reviews by multiple institutional review boards. This process can impede the ability to respond quickly to the needs of policymakers. I have provided a link to a new National Academies report that notes the delays caused by the multiple IRB approvals, sometimes needed for a single study, and the serious problems this creates for timely policymaking. While perhaps beyond the charge of this committee, ASA also encourages more resources for federal agencies to develop their internal capacities for evidence-based policymaking. Although the statistical agencies have statistical expertise needed for evidence-based policymaking, a number of agencies do not. More can be done to increase this analytical capacity across the government. Given the constrained budgets of the federal government, we understand adding personnel with appropriate expertise isn't widely feasible. However, we strongly encourage alternative solutions, such as guidance documents and professional development on this topic. In fact, staff at the statistical agencies might be involved in these endeavors. We would also support greater agency collaboration through reduced barriers and greater access to data for trusted and vetted users in ways that ensure confidentiality protection. Let me close with comments on statistical evidence for the wider evidence-based policymaking community. We encourage the use of modern statistical and data science methods in program evaluations, methods such as Bayesian modeling, decision analysis, and big data techniques. To put our comments in context, we recently saw statistical language in pending legislation that seemed artificially restrictive. Specifically, we were concerned that the language might limit analysis to significance testing or p-values alone. The ASA Scientific and Public Affairs Advisory Committee recently released a statement with guidance on statistical language and legislation. We look forward to continued conversation on this issue. To reiterate, we fully support the Commission on Evidence-Based Policymaking and look forward to engaging the statistical community in your efforts. Thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you both. Would you like to start with questions, Ron?
First of all, can you just give us 30 seconds on the legislation that you just recommended at the end of your testimony?
The legislation, well, we recommend to some extent that we need to make it easier to clear having policymaking, evidence-based research, so that it's not delayed by multiple IRBs, and that we need to be we're concerned about the legislation that might restrict the autonomy of the federal statistical agencies.
Do you have specific suggestions in there about how the commission, kind of recommendations we could make to, because if we're going to say something about disrupting the power of a review that an agency conducts, we have to have very good arguments, and we'd have to present both sides and all that. But any guidance you give us on that would be useful. We've heard this several places, that it takes too long to get clearance. So
That's right.
It's a real issue. And specific things you can tell us about overcoming some of those institution review boards would be very useful.
Okay, just to let you know, that those are contained, particular points are contained in the National Academy's report. They have specific recommendations. But in particular, the concern is that because there's so much review that has to go on, because all of the different agencies that are involved, particularly if you're talking about sharing data, that you have to go through multiple gates to get to the point where you can actually use the data.
Right. I understand the problem, but I can assure you the agencies are going to resist an attempt to reduce their power to review. So specific recommendations on the sign would be very useful.
Okay.
Okay. There are several statutes, including the statute that established the home visiting program, and the statute that established the teen pregnancy prevention program, that specifically require evaluation and name outcome measures, and they say things like using randomized controlled trials wherever possible. Do you recommend removing that recommendation?
If that's what the decision makers want, then they should get that. what we've encountered. I'm sorry. Okay, no, let me try and answer your question again. No, if that's what the decision makers want, that's what they should get. What we're finding is that people behind the scenes are claiming that that's what you should always ask for, and they're promoting the idea that everyone should do randomized controlled trials. So if the decision makers want them, by all means you should get. There's many cases where that's a very good approach to take, but we certainly would argue strongly against making those requirements every time the word evaluation is mentioned or things of that nature.
I interviewed the staffers that wrote the legislative text and who worked for the members who supported the text, and a number of the members actually understood what was at issue here, which members of Congress do not always understand, but in this case they did. And they were serious about this requirement on the grounds that the single best way to know whether an intervention program had a reliable impact is through a random assignment study. Does your organization disagree with that claim?
Again, there are several ways that can be done, and I wouldn't say that the randomized control trials are the best way to do it. They often are. Many people like them, so for them, it is the best way. What I find is that depending on the profession that you've grown up in, you have different attitudes about what constitutes good evidence. Lawyers see it one way. Many policymakers are lawyers. Okay, so they have what they look for. I have a little spiel I do.
I assume you're not recommending the commission follow lawyers and how we regard evidence.
Well, I have studied carefully the way the various professions regard evidence, and I find out it's all over the map. So I think you should give people the evidence that they want. Again, our resistance here is to say that the idea that randomized control trials are a gold standard is not a good idea. I could refine that. For those who wish to have them, by all means. I think it's calling it the gold standard that's problematic, because that tells everybody else, I'm getting the sloppy stuff. I'm not getting, why can't I have that? It's the gold standard. I don't want anything less than that. And as a result of that, it's diminishing the value of many good kinds of evidence that policymakers do want to have.
Thank you.
If I could just jump in on this conversation, I was interested in the examples that you gave of evaluations that were not only not randomized controlled trials, but were not attempting to look at ultimate impacts of these programs, and the foster home visit evaluation that you cited in particular. Our charge is to think about whether and how some sort of a data clearinghouse for making data for evaluation more accessible should be established. And I'm wondering how the kind of evaluation that you were talking about in those examples would fit into a clearinghouse framework, or whether it would fit into a clearinghouse framework.
It really should, because it's useful. In other words, many programs are not ready to decide whether they're worthwhile after 3 years, like PEPFAR. And oftentimes you don't make decisions on whether to have or not have a program. You might want to make decisions about how to improve it, how to refine it, how to make amendments to it. But the answer to your question is very easy. Absolutely, studies like this can be placed into a clearinghouse. In the Inspector General's office, there's a law that all their studies be published, and they're on their websites, and you can go find them.
Let me just clarify. I was talking about data, and you were talking about results of studies. Could you say a little bit more about that?
Yes. I think people often conflate the two, but there is a clear distinction between them, okay? But I think what the policymakers are interested in, the decision makers, is not just data, because it needs to be analyzed and put into context. So we've just assumed that they would be interested in seeing how the data is analyzed and the results of the analysis of the data, rather than just the raw data itself. So for example, a lot of the Census Bureau's data is already publicly available. Many large health data sets are publicly available. But the average person working in a policy office just doesn't have the capacity to go in there and find out for himself or herself exactly what should be done.
I think I agree with you that having that sort of evaluation study more easily, that sort of finding more easily accessible would be a good thing. It sounds to me like an expansion of our charge in some respects. but
You'll have to decide that. It's not up to me. I think my profession doesn't allow me to even think of the idea that you'd have a warehouse full of unanalyzed data. So I offer that to your consideration. Okay.
I wanted to follow up on something you said at the beginning of your remarks. You talked about some of the agencies that have a lot of evaluation capacity, and I think that dates to historic reasons.
Early 70s.
Can you talk a little bit more about what you think accounts for those strengths, and specifically what you think the commission can do to help bolster infrastructure and capacity, understanding that some of it may just be dollars, but institutional changes or priorities that you think would be useful for us to consider as we make decisions?
I think there are institutional cultures here, and that the world is changing in that regard. When a lot of the evaluations started, there was a lot of interest in the randomized control trials, and that's why you see a lot of them do that. But over time, they've begun to see the value of the other kind of things too. There are very simple legislative fixes, is to simply require agencies to establish an appropriate evaluation capacity. And what we've done in our roadmap is we have a lot of the details of that, exactly what would constitute a good office, what would you want to have if you have it, and we actually make recommendations along those lines, that there simply be requirements for and that's the way most came about. There is an assistant secretary for planning and evaluation at what is HHS now, and my day was HEW, and there are similarly, these are all statutory requirements, and then the focus of the office is just, gets worked out.
Sorry, I was making notes about the document and got distracted. So I'm keep coming back to this major point that you made about RCTs not being the only way to go about evaluation, which I certainly believe is true. Do you have guidance that you can offer from your perspective about when you think RCTs are the right thing and when you think they're not?
I think what it would be good in that case is you could almost invite someone who could actually make one of their presentations on that. I've seen that where there are, this is a good time to use them, this is a time that you shouldn't use them, and the people who practice this, they well know that. They don't advocate that everybody in the world do it their way. They actually caution against it when it's not appropriate. And there's a set of criteria. Just to give you one example, when what you're looking at is so complicated that you can't isolate the effect of the intervention, it's probably not a good idea to use that method. And they have a list like that you can go down of when it's, when it works and when it doesn't work. It's more than I can recite from memory, but in fact, if you want me to find some of that for you, I'd be glad to go pull some of it together for you.
Could I say something about randomized control trials? Randomized control trials are very difficult to do in many cases, especially on a large scale. They have a number of drawbacks. One, of course, is in many cases you cannot do them for ethical reasons or other reasons. Secondly, to try to do a large scale one so that you make sure, as George said, that you, since it's a complicated environment out there, that you are controlling for all the variables or taking into account all of the variables that are important that could have an effect on the intervention. And at the same time, on randomized controlled trials, they're not only difficult for all the reasons I've said, but they're also very difficult to administer and actually carry out in the field. And so I'm saying that there are a lot of cases where randomized controlled trials are very appropriate, but there are concerns about being able to use that methodology exclusively to try to determine causation because of all the reasons that I stated.
Great. Thank you both for coming. It was very helpful.
Thank you for inviting
and
us.
we'll look at some of the additional materials that you've provided.
Thank you.
the speakers on the second panel could come up, I think if everyone's here, we'll go ahead and get started.
Good morning. Thank you.
So we have 4 speakers on our next panel. Amanda Janice Roberson?
Yes.
Roberson from the Institute for Higher Education Policy. Rachel Zinn from the Workforce Data Quality Campaign. Mark Schneider from the American Institutes for Research, and Carrie both of you are here. Okay, Carrie Wofford from Veterans Education Success. So, I don't know. Are you both going to speak, or?
So we've divided our time.
Great. Okay. So we'll take the speakers in order. Amanda.
Thank you. Chairperson Abraham, Co-Chair Haskins, and Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to address the Commission on Evidence-Based Policymaking on the importance of a cohesive post-secondary data infrastructure and its impact on evidence-based policymaking. My name is Amanda Janice Roberson, and I'm a research analyst with the Institute for Higher Education Policy. IHEP is a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization committed to promoting access to and success in higher education for all students, with a focus on students who have been underserved by our post-secondary system. Based here in Washington, D.C., we believe that all people, regardless of background or circumstance, have the opportunity to reach their full potential by participating and succeeding in higher education. In support of this goal, IHEP leads the POSEC Data Collaborative, or POSEC Data, which is a partnership between more than 35 organizations committed to the responsible use of high-quality post-secondary data to improve student outcomes. POSEC Data partners represent a broad range of constituents, including groups that represent students, post-secondary institutions, the workforce community, and state and federal policy influencers and researchers. Some of our partner organizations are also here today to provide their comments to the Commission, including the Workforce Data Quality Campaign, New America, Education Trust, the Association of Public and Land-Grant Universities, and Young Invincibles. Since 2014, IHEP has spearheaded research on which data should be collected, how metrics should be defined, and through which mechanisms our currently disconnected, duplicative, and incomplete data systems can work together to create a cohesive post-secondary data ecosystem. IHEP supports the mission of this commission to analyze and make recommendations for streamlining federal data and data systems. We suggest the following actions to improve the landscape of post-secondary data for use by policymakers, students and families, institutions, and researchers. First, promote best practices in privacy and security for interconnected data systems. Recommendations by the Commission for data linkages should address the importance of privacy, security, and confidentiality. As institutional practices and changing laws at the state level have led to confusion around when it is permissible to share or link data, policies and procedures from the Commission should be transparent, should consult with data and security experts to implement field-recognized best practices, and ensure that all publicly reported aggregate data are stripped of any personally identifiable information. Second, leverage existing data to decrease burden, streamline reporting, and answer critical questions. Data from sources like the U.S. Department of Education, which houses the National Student Loan Data System and the Integrated Post-Secondary Education Data System, the Social Security Administration, the Department of Defense, and the Department of Veterans Affairs, among others, should be linked and leveraged to create a more complete picture of the higher education data landscape. These sources provide valuable data on important subgroups of students who are often overlooked, like Pell Grant recipients, student loan borrowers, and student veterans. If linked, these data would produce valuable information about enrollment and completion rates and post-college employment and earnings. The Commission should consider ways to increase capacity and funding available to streamline processes and link data, as these are the primary challenges for state and local level data linkages. Third, expand access to wage and labor market information for post-secondary outcomes. In an era of scarce resources, the value of a post-secondary degree has never been greater, and post-college outcomes are increasingly important to policymakers and students. Now, data and metrics on employment and earnings are limited to voluntary initiatives like college measures, state dashboards, and the college scorecard, which was recently revamped in September of 2015. The Commission should explore data sets like the Census Bureau's Longitudinal Employer Household Dynamics Program or the National Directory of New Hires, which both utilize state unemployment insurance wage records, or the Social Security Administration and the Internal Revenue Service tax records to understand the personal return on investment of students and families, as well as the federal investment in higher education. Fourth, align definitions and metrics across federal laws. Establishing common definitions for data metrics across federal laws like the Higher Education Act, the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, and the Perkins Career and Technical Education Act could reduce administrative burden and create comparable outcomes across federal programs. Common and consistent metric definitions in the post-secondary ecosystem would make it much easier to link between local, state, and federal sources and allow for accurate comparisons. And finally, recommend that Congress overturn the ban on a federal student-level data system. The statutory ban on a federal student-level data system stifles the ability of policymakers to answer questions about our post-secondary system, limits the information available to consumers, and imposes unnecessary burden onto institutions. The Commission should recommend to overturn this ban and direct the U.S. Department of Education to engage with the higher education community to design and implement a student-level data system. This would create a nationwide, inclusive data set that shows how students move through higher education and their post-college outcomes. This system would allow for disaggregation by key characteristics like Pell Grant receipt, race, ethnicity, and others to illuminate evidence for future policymaking around closing equity gaps, as well as the federal investment in higher education and post-secondary programming. Given the sensitive nature of record-level data, the Commission should also recommend rigorous data privacy and security policies to govern this system. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to provide a statement to the Commission. I look forward to any questions.
Very much. Rachel.
Sure, thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity to come before the Commission, and I'm going to echo a lot of the things that my colleague Amanda said. So I'm going to just highlight some things from my written statement and jump around a little bit. I'll read some sections, but I think mostly we'll just have a chat. Is that okay? Okay, great. So I'm Rachel Zinn. I'm the director of the Workforce Data Quality Campaign, which is a project of the nonprofit National Skills Coalition, located in Washington, D.C. And our initiative is dedicated to promoting inclusive, aligned, and market-relevant education and workforce data. In our work, we engage hundreds of national experts, state officials, and workforce development advocates, all in service of encouraging the use of data to ensure that all of our nation's education and training programs are preparing students and workers from diverse backgrounds to succeed in our changing 21st century economy. So given our charge, we are certainly excited about the Commission on Evidence-Based Policymaking's examination of federal administrative data and ways that data can be more effectively managed and used. We are particularly concerned about using data to assess publicly supported programs across the education and workforce spectrum. So I want to mention a few things that we hope the Commission will consider and recommend. First, expanding access to wage information. Commissioner Haskins, you mentioned at the top of of the hearing, sort of the diamonds within the federal landscape, and certainly information on employment and earnings of our nation's workers is one of those diamonds. It's useful for a variety of stakeholders. Students and workers want to know which education and training programs will help improve their chances of having successful careers. Researchers need access to more detailed and comparable data on programs to analyze which pathways are working for students and workers. So not just individual programs, actually getting beyond that into our evolving culture of lifelong learning and thinking about how combinations of services over time are helping people to advance. And additionally, agencies at all levels of government want to know the short and the long-term employment outcomes of those they've served to see whether they're getting results. Amanda mentioned several sources of wage data that are really critical at the federal level: the National Directory of New Hires and the LEHD system at the Census Bureau. Both of these systems draw from state systems, primarily the unemployment insurance wage record systems in the states. There are also direct submissions to federal agencies of tax records, and those are held by both the Social Security Administration and the Internal Revenue Service. Currently, these data sources are tapped for a variety of purposes. A lot of them are statutorily outlined and statutorily limited. And though in some cases agencies have found ways, largely through non-standard processes, it often goes through personal relationships or particular capacities within agencies at particular times. So it's really a patchwork right now of how this data can be accessed. So we really urge the Commission to consider how a federal clearinghouse would streamline employment data collections and rationalize processes for access while protecting privacy and enhancing security. Number two, improving information on post-secondary progress and outcomes. The Commission should examine ways, such as establishing a federal student record system, to measure post-secondary student progress and more effectively and efficiently answer important consumer and policy research questions. Right now, stakeholders don't have access to comparable information across the full range of students and programs. And in addition to the ban on student unit record systems contained in the Higher Education Act, there are also bans across on federal data collection across different workforce and education legislation as well. The Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act currently forbids the federal government from collecting data on individual participants. So when you think about improving post-secondary information, we would encourage the Commission to take a holistic look and think about, again, how data collected through these different federal funding streams. The funding streams are not the relevant point, right? It's the fact that there are people out there who are moving through these different systems, and we need to understand what's actually helping them move forward in their lives and in their careers. Number three, providing more accessible labor market information. Labor market information, which is largely derived from surveys as well as some administrative data, it's really key to thinking about how workers function in our economy and how businesses are growing as well. Having access to labor market information can strengthen a worker's ability to make decisions about employment and training, and it helps improve the alignment of education and training programs with labor market demand to make sure that people have jobs when they're coming out of these programs. The Bureau of Labor Statistics, Census, and other statistical agencies could more effectively collaborate and think about incorporating additional data from federal programs to enhance their information about employment, worker characteristics, and the job market. Any thought that the Commission gives to recommendations about labor market information, we would encourage coordination with the newly established Workforce Information Advisory Council, established by the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, and that council reports to the Secretary of Labor and may be another great source of information as you continue your work. Number four, harmonizing definitions and metrics across federal laws. The Commission's really in a unique position to address this issue, given that you are mandated by a congressional legislation, as well as housed at a federal agency. State agencies and service providers often face the burden of having to report on program results using different definitions and measures that increases staff time and cost and does not allow comparable data collection, again, to look how people are moving through different public systems. So we would urge that common definitions and metrics be required across different reauthorizations, such as the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, the Perkins Career and Technical Education Act, and the Higher Education Act, that would reduce administrative burden, make outcomes more comparable, and facilitate coordination at the local and state levels across human capital programs. When you're collecting the same metrics, you're working towards the same goals, and all sorts of coordination becomes possible. Finally, clarifying privacy and security protections. Institutional practices and changing laws at various levels of government often create confusion around what is allowable in sharing and linking data. Even when doing so is legal, there can be a culture of risk aversion and just confusion about what exactly is allowed. Policies and procedures recommended by the Commission should be transparent, utilize evolving best practices for data security, particularly new technologies that allow levels of access depending on users to particular information contained within the same data system. So individual users can only see slices of the data depending on their role and what they really need to see. Case managers may need to see more detailed data than researchers. The researchers don't need data on particular individuals. They're looking at cohorts. They're looking at large statistically significant samples. So as noted by presenters in the earlier Commission meeting on privacy and security issues, the Commission needs to respect varying viewpoints on privacy rights. And that's not only privacy, we should remember, doesn't include only who gets access to data, but also, in fact, which data is actually collected, particularly by the federal government, thinking about not collecting more than we need and being very clear about the purposes for which we're collecting particular data. In order to strike an appropriate balance between privacy and the optimal use of data to improve publicly funded programs, the Commission should ensure that federal policy accounts for those emerging technologies that can help protect sensitive information. So I want to wrap up just by saying that we really look forward to continuing this conversation and seeing how the committee's work evolves. And we will be reaching out to you with some other opportunities to engage with some of our stakeholders. We're planning to bring in state longitudinal data managers and other state data experts to come in December, and we hope that you'll be able to engage in some conversations then. Thank you.
Mark and Carrie.
So I will begin. Thank you. So thanks very much for the opportunity to talk to you. My name is Mark Schneider. I'm a Vice President and Institute Fellow at the American Institutes for Research based here in Washington, D.C. I'm also the president of a company called College Measures, which is owned by AIR. We work very closely with state governments in terms of merging unemployment insurance data with student-level data to track students into the workforce to help states identify the credentials of high value. We cover about 40% of the American undergraduates in our data systems. I previously had the honor of serving as the U.S. Commissioner of Education Statistics from 2005 through 2008. My remarks will focus on the need to measure the return on the investment of hundreds of billions of dollars that the federal government, state governments, and individual students pay to spend on higher education. Some of my comments will just be mirroring things that we've already heard, because I think the facts on the ground are quite evident to most of us, but I will just repeat them. So during the time that I was at the commissioner of the NCES, one of the royal battles that we fought was over student-level data and creating a student-level data system. And quite frankly, we were beaten and beaten and beaten and beaten. And since that time, I've been on this campaign to help create a student-level data system. But as we all know, in 2008, that fight was temporarily lost, and it's still an ongoing battle. I think of it as a fight on another day, for another fight for another day. But the point that we're making today, I think, is fundamental, and that is that even though the federal government is banned from holding, the education department is banned from holding a comprehensive student-level data system, the fact of the matter is that there are
scores of these individual student level or individual level data systems sitting in many different agencies, and the task is, at the current time, the task is how to merge them together to synergize, to get more information out of each of these systems, so that the belief is that we can merge these systems, these different kinds of systems, together to more effectively measure the return on the investment that taxpayers and students and individuals are making on the investment they made in higher education. But as we do this, it's really fundamentally important to remember that these data systems were almost all created for totally different purposes than what we're trying to college them together, right? So, for example, the federal student aid system, which is a student-level data system covering 70%, 67% of American students, is housed in what is fundamentally one of the largest banks in the country. As Carrie will talk about in a minute, the Department of Veteran Affairs has a student-level data system that's designed to track the disbursement of GI Bill benefits. And we're working to try to figure out how to use that to better understand the payoff of what the GI Bill has bought for the American society. The American Community Survey has detailed data on educational attainment, occupation, and other outcomes that can be tied to more specific student-level information to help track the outcomes of different education systems. The census LAHD, has been mentioned before, holds the unemployment insurance data systems of many states. Getting access to that is an evolving process. So right now, I deal with individual states that own both of the data systems, student level data and unemployment insurance data. They merge them, and we work with states to get lessons out of that. And of course, the IRS holds all the tax data, which is, thankfully highly secure, but nonetheless holds incredible information that we could use. So the point is that there are many student level, individual level data systems, most of them created for different purposes, governed by different statutes, ruled by different rules and regulations. And we need to try to figure out how best to integrate them and how to use them together to understand the return on the investment that the nation and individuals are making. So the problem is that merging these data at the current time is difficult and cumbersome. Each necessary data sharing agreement is handcrafted, right? It's a handcrafted, bespoke process. It's crazy. Right? We're involved in one right now, and it's just like meeting after meeting. We can't do this. No, we can't say that. It's just an endless process to try to craft the data agreements, the data sharing agreements across these disparate systems. Again, we should never ever compromise the privacy of students and taxpayers. That should be our highest priority. But the rules governing each of these individual systems they're just crazy, right? I mean, and merging different systems together is extremely difficult. So what we really need, instead of doing these handcrafted, bespoke processes and agreements, data agreements, we need to have a regularized path and a data infrastructure that could help combine these multiple sources. Without that, we cannot help students identify what their best path forward through school and into the labor market. We can't help Congress and the federal government understand what the returns on all their investments are. For example, of how hard this is and what we're trying to do in one particular issue, I turn the floor over to Carrie.
Hello, thank you for having us. I run a small nonprofit organization providing free assistance to veterans in their pursuit of higher education. And I think that we would all agree, and I'm a former policy wonk from the Senate, I think we would all agree that the post 9/11 GI Bill is incredibly important. It's the chief way of saying thank you to the current generation of men and women who are making the ultimate sacrifice to protect the country. And it's not just thanks, it's their ticket to the American dream. So it's their way to go to college for an entire generation that by and large doesn't have the means to get there. And it's also our insurance policy that our veterans are not stuck on public assistance. So the goal is to provide a smooth transition to a successful civilian career. And as you know, after World War II, the original GI Bill is widely credited by economists and historians with creating the middle class. So how's the post 9/11 GI Bill working? Here's a great example of the need for this interagency data sharing. Here are questions that nobody in America can answer. What is the student veteran graduation rate? What are the veteran student loan debt or default rates? Which degrees, certificates, or vocational technical programs provide the best return on investment for the veteran? For-profit colleges dominate the post-9/11 GI Bill, and a 2014 Senate committee investigation reported that they generally deliver poor student outcomes, but there was no veteran-specific knowledge. If they are dominating the post-9/11 GI Bill, it would be good to know if it's working for veterans. Does the post-9/11 GI Bill produce higher incomes and less reliance on public assistance? Is it working as a transition to the civilian workforce? There is great evidence from the Bradley Commission about how successful the original GI Bill was in that regard. And then nearly half of the GI Bill goes unused. This is different than after World War II. After World War II, only 20% of eligible veterans skipped their GI Bill, and they were generally older, and they generally had been working in jobs of a fairly high level before the war. So who are these half of veterans who are skipping it? Did they already have a college degree? Are they reliant on public assistance? We don't know. So the reason we don't know the answers to any of those basic questions is that the federal data is siloed across federal agencies. This was a real shocker, I found. The education department, as you know, tracks students, but doesn't know which students are veterans. So in 2009, the very year that the post-9/11 GI Bill went into effect, they introduced a skip pattern in the FAFSA so that whether you have military service doesn't come up. So they have no idea which students are veterans. Now, VA knows who's a veteran using the GI Bill, but they don't know student outcomes. So nobody knows anything. When I was in the Senate, we received a lot of questions from the media about what is the student veteran graduation rate, and it was an unknowable answer. So what could we do if we did know the answers? First, it would help veterans make an informed college choice about where to use their GI Bill. Today, they rely on the VA GI Bill comparison tool, and it's a tool that shows colleges. It's full of entries that say no data. It's full of them. I'll just leave you some examples, but it just says no data, no data, no data. In contrast, as you all know, Scorecard does provide some good data, including salary after attending, because they drew in IRS data. So surely we can give veterans as good a tool as the education department has, right? And couldn't we do even better? For example, what if we could bring in DoD data so that a veteran could ask which educational path has worked best for other veterans like me, with my rank, my service, and my military skills test scores? Second, Congress needs to know how the money is being spent and if it's going as they wish. We're investigating the feasibility of a prototype for an infrastructure needed for agencies to share data about student outcomes, specifically veterans, but more broadly, we hope. We would hope to help develop an infrastructure where VA, education, IRS, DoD, Census, and the National Student Clearinghouse could share data and help answer these questions. And in addition to these questions that we've raised, once data is shared, new questions will arise, new patterns will emerge, and new answers would be possible.
Thank you all very much. Maybe I could just start off with a question that may be applicable to all of, well, it's applicable at least to Amanda and Rachel. There's a lot of meat to chew on here, and I'm not sure we're going to get to talk about all of it. One of the things that sounds like a no-brainer that both of you mentioned was aligning the metrics that are used across federal programs. That really sounds like a no-brainer, but can you tell us, if it's such a no-brainer, why that hasn't happened? I mean, what would the pushback on that be?
So there's different pushback depending on the types of data and exactly which pieces of legislation we're talking about. I think that there's been pushback, particularly from education programs about measuring earnings data in particular, that it's not a good measure of program quality, that it doesn't speak to a broader educational mission. We agree that it's certainly not the only metric that's important, and I think we can have more detailed debates about how that information and if that information should be used for accountability. But we certainly think that it's a question that students and parents and families and policymakers are asking. What are the results? So we should have that information. So that's one example, particularly on the earnings, why a lot of times those metrics aren't aligned. Then I think there's demographic data, which often just goes back to sort of legacy systems, and there's pushback anytime you want to change those and align those. The veterans question is one in particular where different statutes define veteran differently and point to kind of cross-reference different legislation to peg their definitions. So, WIOA programs do not necessarily collect the same veterans information as other programs because that definition is in statute in WIOA and it may be in statute other ways differently. And sometimes it's just an administrative issue where, again, there's administrative pushback about changing legacy systems to make these all match up. And of course, Congress is all in different committees. So some of this is just by nature of, it's just how it's evolved because people, the federal government has silos like everybody else. So sometimes it's real philosophical concerns, sometimes it's practical concerns, and sometimes it's just nobody has sat down and crosswalked. Does that sound right? Yes.
A good example, if you're interested, for example, as we're trying to compare data between VA and Ed, or we're trying to encourage them to share data, VA tracks schools by VA facility codes. Those are entirely different numbers, an entirely different system than the education department uses to track schools. So it has taken a person assigned over the last year at VA to crosswalk the numbers. Which school is this number and that number?
It should also be noted that within the Department of Ed, they have the iPed's unit ID, and then FSA uses the OPE ID. So even within the department, there is some crosswalking that has been done, but they use two different systems.
I think probably almost everyone could agree that's crazy. Yeah. So, right. Yes. Which one are we going to adopt? If I ask one other question and then turn it over to Ron and Allison. One thing that came up several times was this potential value of unemployment insurance data on wages as a way to look at outcomes from education and training programs. The thing about, one minor thing about the UI data, and I'm not sure whether actually it's minor or more important, is that it doesn't pick up all the earnings. It picks up earnings that are in covered employment, but if you're self-employed and working as an independent contractor, you're not going to show up in those data. But leaving that aside, those data are all owned by the states. So I'm wondering if you have given thought to how, if we were to make a recommendation, it seems unlikely that we could recommend that the federal government should, maybe we could, that the federal government should mandate that those data be made available. But is there some different approach that would be less draconian, that would be a way to streamline some of these processes that you were talking about for accessing these data?
So LEHD holds these states' data, but
but every time you want to do something,
you have to negotiate the state
approval from every state.
It's true. And then, so at one time we thought that the RIS2, the wage record interchange system, was going to solve this problem. I spent 2 years of my life trying to figure out how to make that work without much success. I think it was pretty much orphaned, and states that I work with that tried to get data out of RIS2 were getting like 5% match rates, in part because some large states historically were not part of that system, and then a lot of states just never ran the data. So this is a problem. I mean, I think right now we use the UI wage data because it's available. The states own it. The states that I work with are interested in merging those UI data, which they own, against their wage data, their student level data, which they own. And that's what we're doing that at the current time, but I think the IRS data is probably what we are going to end up needing to use.
I mean, I would just agree with what Mark has to say. I think that there needs to be some thought put into, are there ways to expand around LEHD where you don't necessarily have to negotiate with all 50 states, but really it looks like, at least with the college scorecard experience, pulling in earnings, they had an agreement with the Department of Treasury. So is that something that needs to be expanded upon and explored?
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense, and certainly there are, you noted coverage gaps in the UI wage records, and so LEHD has mitigated some of those by bringing in some tax data on the self-employed to make it a more complete system. So I think we've, and a lot of our stakeholders that we talk to, remain somewhat agnostic on the best source of data. There's pros and cons to each. When thinking about if UI data, federally held UI data is the way to go, there may be ways that if there were to talk to the states more about what resistance is to a broader accessing. I mean, LEHD went through and negotiated state by state, and as technology has changed and as the view of potential uses of these data have changed, it may be worth some more conversations. And I think that's something that the commission could recommend beyond a mandate, just that this is an issue worth further investigation by the agencies.
I think there are two types of recommendations that emerge from all the testimony here. And by the way, the testimony was terrific. Wonderful testimony from all the witnesses on this panel. I especially enjoyed the new hires. I'm going to talk about new hires in just a minute, but the GI Bill. I went to college on the GI Bill myself during the Vietnam era and found it very valuable. My father also went to college on GI Bill, and he was from a family that nobody in the family previously had ever been at any post-secondary institution. So I have a very strong feeling for the GI Bill, and I was very distressed by the written testimony you gave. So I want to think of this in two ways. This may not be the most efficient, but there are, first of all, data access and sharing. And I know in several cases that there are statutory barriers that are serious here. Right in this room, the new hire database was first introduced and discussed, and I did some of the staff work on it, and I can tell you that, I mean, it was in the Welfare Reform Bill, by the way, in 1996, and I got more calls about privacy issues in the new hire database, and given HHS access to wage records, and so we put very strong protections there. I intend to go back and look at them, which I will do. But I know that there are very strong protections in there. So the point here is I think we got to repeal those or modify them in some way. So this is going to require the Ways and Means Committee to introduce legislation. And the moment you do that, as you know, there are going to be an onslaught of people saying, oh, no, the privacy issues are too great and so forth. So two things would be very helpful. One is the most important data sets that, in your case, you need access to will change from, depending on the problem, there could be different data sets, but the 2 or 3 or 4 data sets that would yield the most information and knowledge and help for taxpayers and so forth, and a careful study of what the statutory barriers are for those 3 data sets that have to be overcome in some way, or that somebody who knows this issue very well. That would be a very good thing to give to the commission. Now, we are going to have a staff. In fact, we recently hired staff, and we can do some of this work ourselves. We haven't talked yet about exactly how we're going to allocate staff, but this is one area. So that statutory area. The third area, which also could be statutory, but is not necessarily, and that is this idea of common definitions. The examples you cited are, bizarre, and there doesn't seem to be a good reason about why we would have. It's somewhat understandable because with different committees and different agencies, and they all want to have their own stuff, and they already have their stuff, and theirs is the best, and so of course they're not. But it would be really helpful to identify the 8, 10, whatever it is, definitions that should be common across agencies. I have a feeling once we got into this, it's going to be more like 50 But it would be a good place to start with 10 that are in a bunch of different statutes, maybe with different particular terms. But if we could create a common definition across the congressional committees that they would agree to and across the agencies, this would simplify a lot of procedures that you are talking about conducting, and including data sharing. So where's the list? We want a list. So send us one. So anything you want to comment, that's, I spent years watching members ask questions, make a statement for 10 minutes, which I just did, except it was less than 10. But so comments on either of these two I would greatly value.
That's great. We like homework assignments, and a lot of that we have, and it's helpful to know that that level of specificity is useful to you, and we'll work on getting that together.
But in all honesty, I mean, the politics of this could be fierce, right? I mean, and that's the bottom line. So I like after my service at NCS, I had several jokes, all of them really hard earned. It's like every item has a friend, and that friend has a friend on the hill. So changing, I mean, we try to change things, and like I would get a call from somebody, you know, some member of the House, and like, oh, why are you changing this? I said, because nobody uses it, right? Well, but I use it, or actually, you know, the guy in my district uses it, and how dare you change it? And then we've done, and NCS has done endless studies on like what's the statutory requirements for iPads, which is a giant mess. Right? And why don't you change iPads? Well, because 90% of the items in there are required by legislation. Right? So NCS can't just change things or stop collecting the data. We all know that this is a giant burden and we've actually done use studies of how many times are questions accessed on the iPads data center. The modal category, 0.
So the reason they put young guys like me on commissions is because they retain a high degree of optimism and naivete, perhaps. I'm familiar with all the things you've discussed here, maybe not the specific examples, but the types, because I was served the Ways and Means Committee for 14 years. But anyway, the political feasibility, forget that. We want to make good recommendations about if you did this, that you could figure out a way to do it. And don't forget, the Speaker of the House introduced this legislation, and I know is personally interested in it. We meet regularly with their staffs. They will try to help us. So this is a new chance to do things that we don't know yet what the best things to do are, and you know what the best things to do are. And that's why we're having this hearing and other hearings like it. So we want to get specific recommendations, things that we can not only put in our report, but things that we can talk to their staffers about it. This is where you really could help us, and the Speaker could help us, and Senator Murray, and so forth.
Let me just agree with Ron that the more specific our recommendations can be, the more likely they are to be helpful and potentially implemented. So, Allison, I want to give you a chance to ask.
I really just want to echo the thanks, and I think your concrete examples in all of your testimony are really helpful in just teeing up some of the questions and problems. I think I would echo everything that Ron just asked for, and I think add on to it any specific thoughts you have about the privacy and confidentiality protections that are necessary here, because so much of this data sharing does sound like a no-brainer, but we know there are very valid issues that need to be considered going forward. So I think, Rachel, you talked about sort of tiered access based on function, using new technologies, but any additional information that you all or anyone else in the room want to give us about some of those sort of ways to use new technologies and really leverage the protections that increasingly exist would be helpful too.
I don't know if this is helpful, Mr. Haskins, but two ideas. One is, would it be less controversial to have legislation that was about an infrastructure for sharing data? Like, would it be less controversial to create some, national data warehouse? Maybe that could get through, and then the nuances and the problematic questions of how it gets shared, could be worked out at the staff and administrative staff level. And then the second thought is, because legislation can be tough, could your commission even recommend executive branch actions? For example, what we've been finding is we were meeting with people who helped create the college scorecard, and we said, well, how was that possible? How did you make it happen? And they said, took the president. It took the president saying this has to happen. And so we had a meeting with the agencies, and I think that like one of the most important people sitting at the table, or it was two people sitting at the table, was from OMB to indicate, yes, agencies, we do want you to share information. And that prompted VA to be much more collaborative at the meeting. So maybe you recommend an executive order as one of your recommendations, and it is an executive order that says agencies don't need to create individual MOUs for every single data sharing question. They should, have a process for automatically sharing. That could be easier to get through.
Thank you all. We really appreciate it, and I hope we'll have a chance for some further back and forth. If the next panel could come up. While we're waiting for the panel to get seated, I just want to recognize John Ryder, who's here from Senator Murray's staff. I'm glad you could join us. Thank you. Great. So we'll again hear from the speakers in the order listed. Let me just welcome Rachel Fishman from New America, Tiffany Jones from the Education Trust, Christine Keller from the Association of Public and Land Grant Universities, and Tom Allison from Young Invincibles. So we'll start with you, Rachel.
So good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about the better use of existing higher education data to support improved decision-making by families and policymakers. Given the panel that came before, my testimony is not going to come as a grand surprise, but I still have some good testimony prepared. So my name is Rachel Fishman, and I'm a senior policy analyst at New America in the Education Policy Program, which uses original research and policy analysis to help solve the nation's critical education problems. So it's hard to open a newspaper or turn on the television these days without finding another report of the questionable value of college degrees. As anxiety over student debt and college costs reaches new heights, the public is growing increasingly uncertain about the value of college education. The answer to the question, is college worth it, is an unequivocal yes, but this is on average. The real question is, in which program, at which colleges and universities, at which price, and for which students is it worth it? Students, families, and taxpayers are spending unprecedented amounts on higher education, but remain largely in the dark about how to spend these precious dollars. And while colleges and universities spend hundreds of thousands of hours collecting and reporting this data, they don't know how their students are faring compared with similar students at similar schools. Institutions of all types are subsidized with hundreds of billions of dollars a year in federal financial aid. And this is not to mention the billions more that is available in tax credits, GI benefits, Department of Labor funds, and more. But taxpayers don't know if these dollars are being wasted at diploma mills or poor-performing institutions. Policymakers have no sense of whether their reforms and investments are helping or hurting the families that most need the boost higher education can provide. At a time when higher education has never been as important and as expensive, it's unimaginable that we can't answer these critical questions. Why can't we answer them? Because the federal government either doesn't have or can't use the right data. That's true not because it is technically impossible, but because it is illegal. In 2008, Congress passed a law that banned the creation of a federal student unit record system to enable existing data systems to speak with one another and answer these critical questions. So the current hodgepodge of data systems cannot answer basic questions that we'd like to know, such as, how do part-time and older learners, many of which we're seeing enter the higher education space, fare in this current system? What happens to students who transfer from particular colleges? How many and which students complete at a particular college? Do students who get some of the more than $30 billion spent annually on Pell Grants graduate? Are graduates able to find jobs that allow them to pay down their education debt? A system that uses already collective administrative data would allow us to answer these questions. Creating a student unit record would not require the collection of additional student data, but would allow the connecting of existing data already held by a variety of federal and state agencies. Protecting these data at all points of the life cycle is crucial, and it is worth considering housing such a system in the Department of Education's National Center for Education Statistics, which is classified as a statistical agency and therefore subject to stringent privacy and security requirements under the Privacy Act of 1974, the Education Sciences Reform Act of 2002, and the E-Government Act of 2002. We can also look to state-level systems for best practices that could be implemented at the federal level. We believe using existing administrative data to better understand the outcomes of students at our nation's colleges is exactly the type of critical policy issue the Commission was designed to address. We know we have just scratched the surface here today, and we will provide much more detail about the existing administrative data sources, as well as privacy and policy considerations that you asked for the previous consideration in separate written comments. Thank you for your time and attention, and I look forward to answering any questions.
Tiffany.
Good morning. Similarly, I'll probably be highlighting no surprises here in terms of the previous panel and my other colleagues. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Tiffany Jones, and I'm the Director of Higher Education Policy at the Education Trust. EdTrust is committed to advancing educational opportunities for all students, but especially low-income students and students of color. We aim to advance equity in higher education by encouraging policymakers and the public to hold campuses accountable for student outcomes and supporting improvement at campuses committed to serving low-income students and students of color. Since the original Higher Education Act was passed in 1965, the U.S. has made substantial progress in college access. College-going rates have climbed for students from all economic and racial groups. Yet despite this progress, low-income students today enroll in post-secondary education at rates lower than high-income students did in the 1970s. In every category of post-secondary education, low-income students and students of color are less likely than others to earn the degrees that they want and need, and are far more likely to end up with debt and no degree. Before disaggregation of data was required in K-12, we knew anecdotally that schools were not educating all groups of students well, but we did not know just how significant the inequities were, and we didn't know which schools were making progress and which weren't. That, unfortunately, is where we still are in higher education, especially in regard to low-income students. We have some limited research on, for example, overall Pell graduation rates, but we don't currently know which institutions are serving these students well and which aren't. Pell graduation rate data will be incorporated into IPEDS in the coming years, but to date, these data haven't been included in annual IPEDS data collections. IPEDS also doesn't include data on part-time students, or students who don't start in the fall, or students who transfer in from another college. If we have learned anything from past experience, it is this, that students who aren't measured don't count. If you want to count these students, and I know you do, you need to make the same shift to demanding better data that you have made in K-12. We believe that the most efficient and effective way to have complete and more honest data is through a modified unit record system. The current ban on a federal student unit record system makes it impossible for federal policymakers to get a comprehensive picture of how students are moving through post-secondary education and attaining degrees and certificates. The Commission should recommend the overturn of the unit record ban and the ban on a federal database, the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, so that we can have a nationwide inclusive data set to show how people are moving through a variety of education pathways. Creating a student unit record system can begin by leveraging existing resources from the U.S. Department of Education, Social Security Administration, Department of Defense, Department of Veterans Affairs, among others, to create a more complete picture of the higher education landscape. These sources provide valuable data on important subgroups of students who are often overlooked, including Pell Grant recipients, student loan borrowers, and student veterans. If linked, these data would produce valuable information about enrollment and completion rates and post-college employment and earnings. We also support an effort to expand and improve the current data collections, including, for example, data on part-time students and transfers, and making Pell status transparent in these collections. Thank you for having this hearing and taking an important and critical step towards advancing the quality and availability of higher education data, specifically a step that ensures better data that can be used to empower students, families, the public, advocates, and campuses as we aim to increase higher education equity and student success. I look forward to answering any questions. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Christine Keller, and I'm the Vice President of Research and Policy Analysis at the Association of Public and Land-Grant Universities. APLU is a research, policy, and advocacy organization dedicated to strengthening and advancing the work of public universities in North America. Our 236 members enroll over 5 million students, award over 1 million degrees, and conduct $40 billion in university-based research. A top priority for APLU is to foster the widespread use of data and evidence to support decision-making on university campus and as the basis for sound and effective federal policy. Along with many of my colleagues, APLU believes the most significant barrier for evidence-based policymaking and decisions within higher education is the ban that prohibits the Department of Education from collecting individual level data for post-secondary students. Lifting the ban in order to create a limited post-secondary student level data system would produce more accurate details of student enrollment patterns, progression, completion, and post-collegiate outcomes. Such a system would assist with national priorities as providing students and families with more complete information, as well as providing policymakers with the information they need to allocate public resources and evaluate program effectiveness. A student-level post-secondary data system would address one of the most significant shortfalls of the current institution-level data collections within the Department of Education, and that is the inability to accurately report the complete progress and completion rate of students across multiple institutions and across state boundaries. The current federal graduation rate only reports the completion of full-time students who start and finish at their first institution. Students who start their studies part-time or transfer among institutions are not reported in the federal rate. Data from the National Student Clearinghouse demonstrate that these students comprise an increasingly large proportion of today's students. 64% of bachelor's degree recipients from public universities attend more than one institution before they graduate, and 60% of community college students attend part-time. Yet, these students are missing from the federal graduation rate. The Department of Education, to its credit, has made multiple attempts to address these shortcomings within the constraints of institutional level collection. However, the information provided remains inadequate for consumers and policymakers and adds reporting burden for institution. A student-level data collection would simplify the creation of progress and outcomes measures, as well as increase the reliability and consistency of the metrics across institutions. A second significant shortfall of the current post-secondary data is the inability to create linkages between post-secondary education data and other federal data systems. As described by my colleagues on the previous panel, linking with other federal data systems would harness the data already collected through other agencies to provide key information on workforce outcomes such as employment and earnings after college. Progress and completion rates could be reliably and accurately calculated for students participating in federal programs such as Pell Grant and the post-9/11 GI benefits, something that is difficult, if not impossible, to do at the current time. Of course, any student-level data system must include a robust set of protections and protocols to safeguard student data from unauthorized use, disclosure, and to secure its collection and storage. Policies and procedures must be transparent and utilize evolving best practices to address real and legitimate concerns. But we also feel strongly that privacy and security should not be used as an excuse for blocking transparency and access to more complete data. To illustrate why lifting the ban to create a system with more comprehensive information is a top priority for our institution, let me give you two specific examples in my last few minutes. As mentioned earlier, the federal graduation rate only includes first-time full-time students who start and finish at their first institution. To help fill the data gaps in the federal system, the higher education community created the Student Achievement Measure, or SAM. SAM is a voluntary initiative that allows institutions to report the progress and completion of part-time students and students who transfer among institutions. Over 600 colleges and universities are participating in SAM and are currently reporting outcomes of 600,000 more students than the federal graduation measure. One SAM participant is the University of North Texas. The federal graduation rate for UNT shows that just under half of their first-time full-time students graduate within 6 years. In other words, a graduation rate of about 49%. With only that information provided by the federal graduation rate, it appears that the other half of the students at UNT have failed or dropped out of the system. However, by using the SAM methodology, UNT is able to show that another 13% of those students graduated from another institution, another 14% are still enrolled, for a total of 76 students who have either graduated or continued to make progress towards their degree. SAM also reports the outcomes for the over 2,900 students who started at the University of North Texas as transfer students and are missing from the federal graduation rate. 80% of those students who have graduated or are still enrolled after 6 years. All totaled, SAM includes another 3,000 of the University of North Texas students than reported by the federal graduation rate. SAM provides a powerful model of the type of information that would be available if the ban on the collection of student-level data were lifted. However, SAM is not a substitute for a federal student-level data system. SAM is voluntary, and clearly we don't include all post-secondary institutions. Nor is SAM the official data included on federal reporting and consumer information tools like as the scorecard or the VA college comparison tool. A more complete federal solution is needed. A second example comes from the University of Texas system. The UT system has demonstrated the usefulness of student-level data as part of their own consumer information tool, SeekUT. By combining student-level data and state workforce data, the UT system is able to present information such as the average cumulative student loan debt, median earnings at 1, 5, and 10 years post-graduation for students graduating from specific programs at UT institutions. However, as useful and as powerful as having earnings data at the state level has been, there are key limitations that hinder the UT system's ability to answer critical questions. Without a federal post-second data solution, they are limited to data for those graduates who remain in Texas, and they cannot account for earnings of graduates that move out of state. UT system administrators recognize that they need national data across all states to evaluate and improve academic programs, and to provide students with more comprehensive employment and earnings information to show a realistic picture of earnings after graduation and help students make informed decisions about financing their higher education. In fact, the UT system felt that a national employment and earnings data would be of such high value that they finalized an agreement with the U.S. Census Bureau to provide national post-college outcomes for UT graduates. The UT and census collaboration is an important demonstration of how higher education and federal agencies can break down silos and to work together. Imagine how valuable it would be if all colleges and universities could have access to similar information. As the Commission continues to develop a strategy for increasing the availability, alignment, and use of high-quality data, we encourage your consideration of the acute need for better data and recommend that Congress lift the ban imposed in HUOA 2008 as a good starting point. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, members of the Commission, for the opportunity to speak before you today. My name is Tom Allison, and I am the Deputy Director of Policy and Research for the Young Invincibles. For folks that aren't aware of our organization, we are a national research and advocacy organization dedicated to expanding economic opportunity for young people. I'd also like to thank my colleagues that spoke before me on this panel and the one previous for the excellent introduction to the flaws in our current post-secondary data infrastructure. I hope to illustrate how those structural flaws impact today's students and from their perspective. So I think when we think about enhancing data systems, we think about three primary uses. Certainly one is to inform government decision-making and policy-making. I think the institutions themselves can benefit as well with an enhanced data infrastructure. They care about their students and they can see where their students go after school. But third is really consumer information and improving that. And that's something that Young Invincibles has really been focused on. And again, from the perspective of today's students and families. So as been mentioned a few times, we know a lot about college, how much different schools charge for tuition and fees, how many students they enroll, and what types of programs or majors they offer. And we also know a lot about jobs, how many people are employed, how much money different types of workers make, which industries are growing and shrinking, and what skills employers are looking for in their workers. The problem is there's a broken link between what we know about college and what we know about jobs. And the primary barrier in us preventing us from making that connection is the student unit record ban, a single paragraph in the 2008 reauthorization of the Higher Education Opportunity Act, prohibiting the Department of Education from collecting and using student-level data. Now, this is very frustrating for today's students, the majority of which are pursuing higher education to broaden and improve their economic opportunities. Maybe a generation ago, there were slightly different motivations and aspirations around college, but today's students that are coming from backgrounds with more unique challenges, their aspirations really are around the ticket to the middle class, which we've heard about today, socioeconomic mobility, and I think there's also a racial and economic justice issue here as well. So that's the economic mobility is what's driving and inspiring today's students to pursue post-secondary education. So students and families need and deserve better insight to inform these decisions about where to go to school, what to study, how to pay for it, because that decision comes with some of the highest stakes of any decision in their life. Moreover, without outcomes information on which schools and programs lead to jobs and ultimately financial security for their graduates, policymakers are largely left in the dark, unable to intelligently align funding with policy priorities, and colleges are also blind to students' trajectories after they leave campus and cannot adjust academic programs or systems to ensure students can land good jobs or whether they go on to pursue further education. So to synthesize the student voice here, over the last 2 years, Young Invincibles conducted roundtable discussions and workshops with current and aspiring college students across the country to better understand their priorities and values in attending and paying for college. We synthesized their voices in the Student Agenda for Data Reform, and organizations representing over 1 million students currently support it. So the Association of Big Ten Students, a student leadership organization that represents all of the institutions in the Big Ten Conference. We have the University of Texas at Austin student body president supporting this agenda and really students from across the country. So we will submit that agenda in our formal written comments, and I have some printed copies here too, if you're interested in seeing them. But in brief, the agenda calls for an overturn of the student unit record ban, collecting more information about innovative platforms and alternatives to traditional higher ed. I think there's a lot of interest in reworking and reforming our traditional higher education infrastructure, whether we're talking about boot camps, coding academies, and the like. Students want to see the outcomes measures of that. How effective are those programs? And finally, the agenda calls to protect the privacy and security of sensitive student information. And I think it's important to remember that today's students are very sensitive about their education records, student loans and personal finances. They're sensitive about how that information is used, just like anyone else would. But it's important to remember that personal information about individual students, such as their majors, how much debt they have, the annual income they earn later in life, a lot of this information is already collected by various agencies, as previous panelists have expressed. So as an example, the IRS already knows how much money all of us make, so they can tax us appropriately. You can talk until your face turns blue about how that's an invasion of your personal privacy, but the IRS still needs to know that information to tax us appropriately and run the government. And it's not like anyone and everyone is entitled to your personal tax information. That information is used for explicit purposes that are defined by law, and I think that's what a lot of us are talking about here as well when we talk about enhancing our post-secondary data infrastructure. I think it's also important to remember that today's students are more comfortable with weighing the costs and benefits that come with new data collection. My generation are digital natives. We live in a data-rich environment. We've been molded by both the threats and the opportunities that come with our evolving digital and technological environment. I'm sure a lot of folks arrived here today with the help of GPS navigation, made possible by transmitting your current physical location and desired destination to multiple corporations in the cloud. And that cost of revealing your geographic activity comes with the benefit of arriving here on time and navigating DC traffic. So what we're doing is we're advocating for the responsible use of data that not only protects students' privacy, but also allows them and the other stakeholders to benefit from making informed decisions. So always weighing the costs and benefits here. And also the truth is current law already protects students from unauthorized use of their personal information. We know how to do it. We know how to de-identify and safely store it and use it in various applications. So as a specific recommendation around privacy, Young Invincibles does recommend that the Commission incorporate the principles of privacy and security laid out by the Privacy Committee of the Federal Chief Information Officers Council. That CIO council is made up of the chief privacy officers, senior agency officials for privacy, and senior agency officials with primary responsibility for agency-wide privacy oversight and compliance from across the federal government. I'd like to dedicate the remainder of my time to read some comments from a former student leader and recent graduate from the University of Nebraska. His name is Tien Chow. He was born in Vietnam. He moved to California at age 3, moved to Nebraska at age 13, and recently graduated from the University of Nebraska. As a 17-year-old, I did not have nearly enough knowledge of federal loan programs, college fees, trends in tuition costs, or credit transferability to make the best possible decision when considering the investment I was making in paying for school. Some online tools can be helpful in estimating front-end costs, but they do little to educate on what life after graduation would bring. It only takes a few clicks for students to receive thousands of dollars in loans, but can end up repaying them for decades afterwards. We need more information on which schools best serve first-generation and minority students like myself to feel comfortable and assured we'll find a college committed to our success. A college campus can be a very unfamiliar environment when you don't have family members to help navigate the strange new setting. Our institutions of higher education need to paint a more accurate picture of their minority communities and the rate of success of those communities experience after graduation, including how prepared they are for the workforce. I can't speak for every low-income, first-generation, minority college student in America, but I know these words resonate with a lot of my peers. While we need to take the reins from our own success, we also need to be empowered to do so. And it is clear there's a lot of information that needs to be made available before students can make a decision that will impact the rest of their lives and those close to them. What we need right now is better data, more of it, and have it in a more transparent and easily digestible form. You can read the rest of Tien's story and dozens others on our website, younginvincibles.org, as well as read the agenda for data reform that I mentioned, signed by student leaders representing over 1 million students from across the country. So thanks for your time and look forward to questions.
Thank you all for, again, for a very informative and thought-provoking set of comments. I do have a question I'd like to start with. We've obviously spent a lot of time hearing from you about the student unit record ban. Tiffany, you used the word modified. You're in favor of a modified, having a system where we collect modified student unit records, and I think you used the word, Christina, limited. Could you, I'm wondering if you can elaborate a little bit on what you mean by that, and sort of related to that, I want to, if you could address the question of what we collect already and what we don't. There was reference in your testimony, Rachel, to the fact that we already collect a lot of this information, but the federal government doesn't currently collect all of the information that you might conceivably want in a student unit record database. So it would be helpful to me to understand better what the federal government already has and what the federal government would need to add if a federal student unit record database were to be created.
Okay, sure, others will respond. I'll get started and just note what's really important to us is making sure that all students count. And so we do recognize whether it's creating a new system that is streamlined, if it's a matter of trying to improve existing systems, if it's a matter of trying to get those existing systems to talk better to one another. We're open-minded about the best route because we understand political barriers, among others. But the priority for us is just to have better information on more students. And as it was mentioned multiple times, going beyond first-time, full-time students who begin and end at the same institution because you're missing such a large proportion. So who are the other students? What else do we need to know? We're speaking about part-time students, transfer students that aren't counted, and making sure that we're encompassing them, as well as making sure we have very specific information around low-income students and as identified by Pell Grant recipients, and knowing how well that they're doing at individual institutions is also a priority for us.
So just to make sure I understand, when you said a modified system, you meant modified in terms of including, students who aren't currently reflected in the way that graduation rates are currently calculated.
Right. And then also expressing our interest in both being open to improving existing systems, as well as, of course, creating a new student record system that we are interested in both routes in terms of getting us to the point where we have better information. So it's whether adding that to existing systems or creating a new one.
When we think about a limited student unit record system, we think about a system that has some bounds. I believe Tom said that we need to think carefully about what the information is we need and make sure it is limited to education and students and measuring and programs associated with that. I think that there are three main areas where I think that a student level data system could be helpful. One, right now, the area that we are in in need of better measures is this idea of tracking or accounting for student progress across multiple institutions and across multiple states. So right now, we need better outcomes measures that, as Tiffany said, include the full range of students who are enrolling in higher education. And because of the way that the current systems are, the current IPED system is set up, we can only collect data at the institution level. So it's the institution is the unit of analysis and does not allow us to look between institutions. So I think that's one area where this student unit record system would need to be the ability to account for progress completions across institutions.
So if this were federal, that would be new information reported to the federal government?
This would be new information that would need to be collected from institutions or their agents. The second piece that a system would need to do is the ability to have the necessary information to make these linkages with other key federal systems. I think we've mentioned several of them. I think the ability for that system to talk to other systems within the Department of Education about financial aid administration, the systems that include earnings and employment information, whether they be census or treasury types of database. And I also think the idea of linking with information from the Department of Defense and Veterans is also just a key piece that we need to make sure that whatever data we collect, that we allow that to happen. And third, for me, in an ideal system, we would also collect the data necessary so that we could replace the current student-related collections in the IPED survey. There is no use having two parallel systems going on. If we could collect that data that allowed us to calculate the needed and necessary metrics within that system, I think if we could do that, I think it would be a robust system, and it would, I think the idea about the common metrics, that we could start to think about that more carefully. We could talk about quality and consistency of data across institutions, and it also provide us with some flexibility. Today we're talking about veterans and Pell Grant recipients. 5 years from now, there may be another group of students that we really want to look at more carefully. In the current systems, you'd have to start a new survey. So that would be kind of my vision for what this system might look like.
So you would be looking for these reports to include where to report the institutions where students are enrolled. You didn't mention reporting of the programs that they're enrolled in, or how well they were doing in the programs, or that kind of more detailed data.
I think that it would also need some program level information. And I think that's really important for a couple of reasons. One is things like if we're looking at STEM students and their success and their progress. Also, when we think about what degrees are awarded in what areas, and if we think in the future about how we want to look at earnings data, having that program information is very, very important. For instance, you look at the scorecard data right now, it's earnings at the institution level, and that hides the difference between engineering and education and business. So I think you also have to think forward about what information you need when linking with other systems.
Well, if a person came here and listened to this testimony, you might be forced to conclude that nobody supports this ban that was passed by Congress. We do have one witness, at least, that is going to talk about why we need to keep the ban in place, but I'd like to hear from you. What are the arguments that are used to keep the ban in place, and how do you respond to those arguments? My understanding is that when this was originally passed, there were a number of organizations like yours that did support the ban on the grounds that students need privacy. A fairly broad statement, but what are the arguments that are used to support the continued existence of this ban?
Well, I think that was the primary argument, of course. You had to protect student privacy. At the time, I haven't seen any evidence that anyone asked students how they thought about it at the time. But that was certainly the argument that was used. And I think I remember one quote from John Boehner that was, "If Big Brother has a dream, this is it." And I think the field has shifted to a point to where we can't just throw money out the door and just hope it all works out. Today's students are different. They carry more unique challenges, and we need to test and make sure that they're succeeding. So, in terms of where the opposition is coming from, I think the field has changed a lot. I think the ground has softened. I think there's a lot more opportunities here, and I would point to various pieces of legislation that have been introduced in this session, including the Student Right to Know Before You Go Act, which has now been introduced 3 times. Actually, Mrs. Abraham speaks to what you were asking about, what a limited system would look like. That legislation, again, which is bipartisan, explicitly says these are the metrics we're going to collect. It's going to incorporate a student unit level collection in iPads. We can argue whether that's the right way to go or not in terms of overlap, but that's how they would do it. That's how they would accomplish it. And instead of having a centralized database, you really are talking about relational joins, right? So it's more of a federated system. So, those are the arguments, but I think at the end of the day, how I would respond is, again, talk to today's students about this issue. It's not that students aren't concerned about privacy and security, because they are. This is sensitive information. No one wants this information out there, how much money you make, how much you borrow to go to school. But let's have that be the beginning of the conversation and not the end.
So your answer implies that there is a much bigger reason than just student privacy by the term Big Brother. So this fits into a much broader series of arguments about the federal government having too much power, the federal government having too much information about individual citizens and so forth. So does invoking this student privacy create this kind of hostility that already exists and take advantage of that as a reason not to expand? I mean, Boehner's an extremely bright guy and was on the Education Committee forever, since the founding of the Constitution, I think. I mean, really, he was on that committee and he was very knowledgeable. So for him to say this, I think he's appealing. I mean, he's a politician, obviously, or was. But still, there is this argument that the government has too much information about individuals, and that must be part of this as well, right?
There's an erosion of trust in all of our institutions.
Yes.
The government, our elections, but certainly corporations as well. So I think it probably reflects a general mistrust of institutions at large, and really has less specifically to do with what the Department of Education is doing or what sort of information students get to use in this particular context.
Right. But people who would support repeal of the ban can expect to be confronted by the argument that they're supporting the federal government invading the privacy of students all across the country and learning all kinds of information. And especially of concern to me is just solving the privacy issue. If you could prevent any unauthorized access to the student records and so forth that we're all concerned about, you've all talked about it, and we're very concerned about it. Our first hearing was devoted to the privacy issue. The first meeting of the commission. So, but it goes beyond that. It's expanding the power and the sight of the federal government is an argument that we have to be concerned about. And anybody who voted repeal of the ban would have to be concerned about it too.
And I think I think there are I want to go back to Tom's point about viewing privacy as the starting point and as a problem that can be addressed. I think as you reflect back on what happened in the conversation last time, they swelled up and ballooned with scary words, and I remember talking about my background is institutional research, and they started talking about huge iPads and tracking students. That's why I think all of us are very careful when we talk about limited data, the data that we need to answer these key questions that are presented. So it is very much about cost and benefit and making deliberate decisions, and not to get and put some limits on so we don't have these very, very scary conversations. I think that the field has shifted in several different ways. I think that institutions and students are using individual level data more and more. I mean, every time I talk to an institution, they use this very critical information to help students graduate in the most efficient way possible and with the least amount of debt. And that individual level data really helps those institutions make the decision. So institutions are more comfortable with this. Students, I think, are more comfortable with this. And I also think that technology has changed since 2008. We now have systems and the technical abilities to do linking of data and systems in ways that doesn't require a huge database, but back to this idea of linking data across databases in a way that so the data systems don't, feed on each other. So I think that that's why so many of our organizations have really come out and supported this better information.
As a separate matter, the statute also prohibits linking data to, that's a separate, was an amendment back in the original legislation, so that also is prohibited, right?
Thank you all. You took some of the words out of my mouth. I was going to say in my work we think a lot about costs and benefits, and just listening to all of you talk, it sounds like there are ways that institutions are trying to get information out in ways that are additive if we had systems that worked, if the ban was repealed. So can you talk a little bit more about, Christine in particular, but any of you, about the resources that your institution members are devoting to try to get information to educate their students that they might not need to expend if data was more available?
Absolutely. I think that and that was actually one of the reasons why I was talking a little bit about the University of Texas system. They are at the forefront of using data both for the purposes of improving the institutional experience for students as well as providing consumer information. And they have worked with several different groups in order to make that data come together. So they've worked with separate state agencies, they've been working with the U.S. Census, and I know that each of those agreements took years to put into place. And we're talking, and someone mentioned earlier, I think maybe it was Rachel Zinn, who was talking about the idea that each of these agencies have different rules governing so if an institution really wants full access, they need to go to all of these different places in order to get that data. And I think the other place, the National Student Clearinghouse has also proved to be a good source of information for institutions. Institutions submit student-level data to the National Student Clearinghouse. So this is another place where there are already protocols, already models for how a federal system could work, but because that's a private entity, that information's not available as widely as it could.
Let me just thank you all. This was really very helpful. I appreciate your taking time to come. We are going to take a short break now. One of the witnesses in the next panel was at the last minute unable to be here because of illness. So we'll take a slightly longer break than originally planned and reconvene at 11:30. Thank you again.
Thanks.
Great, so we will get started in just a second here. So we didn't intend to have you sitting by yourself on a panel, but would like to welcome you, Mr. Emmett McGrowerty from the American Principles Project. Please.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here. I'm here on behalf of American Principles Project, a think tank here in Washington, D.C. My testimony concerns student and family privacy. Therefore, I note also that I am a parent of school-age children. We urge the Commission in its report to the President and Congress to recognize that there's a qualitative difference between data from specific individuals versus data about things such as land, buildings, animals, and machines. CEP's authorizing statute implicitly recognizes that distinction in that it charges the Commission to study how the integration of data, quote, might lead to the intentional or unintentional access, breach, or release of personally identifiable information or records, close quote. When it comes to individuals, a breach of security with regard to their personal information is an important matter. We hear, it seems, on a weekly basis of corporations and government databases being hacked. Even the most secure repository of personal data will give little comfort to citizens. But the issue of data security is preceded by one even more important: whether government should have particular personal information in the first place. In that regard, today I speak about the collection and sharing of personal, student, and family information. Recent regulatory changes have significantly lowered the legal barriers to the collection and sharing of personal, student, and family data. The data itself can concern information way beyond simple academic performance and biographical information. It can include, for example, information about students' disciplinary history, assessments of their social and emotional development, and curricular and extracurricular activities. In certain instances, the law now allows the collection and sharing of such data without student or parental consent. Furthermore, since 2002, the federal government has undertaken multiple and successive efforts to incentivize states to build massive databases of such information. Such databases make freeborn American citizens objects of research and study. It assumes that the goal of benefiting others in society justifies the powerful federal government collecting and disseminating millions of data points on individuals, often without their express knowing consent. Moreover, collecting and holding massive amounts of data about an individual has an intimidating effect on the individual, even if that data is never used. This is even more so the case when the collector has the force of law behind it. This fundamentally changes the relationship between the individual and government. Our republic rests on the idea that the citizen will direct government. That cannot truly happen where government sits in a position of intimidation over the individual. CEP's authorizing legislation calls on the Commission to study whether government should create a data clearinghouse. If the Commission recommends such a clearinghouse, we urge that personal rather than aggregate student and family data be excluded. In addition to the issue of whether government should have such records in the first place, parents and students should have a means to inspect their records, to correct their records, and should have notice as to whom the records might be redisclosed. Furthermore, with regard to the authorizing legislation's call to make a recommendation on how such a clearinghouse could be self-funded, we urge that any such receipts be paid into the general treasury. The creation of self-funded entities removes an important check that Congress provides, and checks and balances are ever more critical when dealing with such a sensitive issue as data collection. We also urge the Commission to resist calls to establish a federal unit record system. Section 134 of the Higher Education Act wisely prohibits the development, implementation, or maintenance of a federal student unit record system, one that would allow the government to collect personally identifiable information on individual higher education students and link education data to workforce data. Recently, though, an orchestrated demand for repeal of this prohibition has been swelling. I note the discussion in the previous panel in that regard, and I just want to observe that the call for more data collection, and the call to change this is backed by powerful interest and lots of money. There was discussion in the previous panel that there's been a softening of the playing field with regard to that issue. I work almost full-time with grassroots organizations across the country. These groups are not well-funded. They're funded mostly by passing the hat at meetings and things like that. However, they are highly skilled, highly organized, highly researched, and very effective. The lack of money, the way I think this plays out in the playing field, is that the resistance follows behind the actual organization, because the initial proponent of engaging in such an endeavor that has money behind it, so it's easier for them to mount a campaign. The grassroots follow, but it follows with more vigor, and I don't think it will be defeated. These are essentially mostly parents, mostly moms, who are fighting to protect their children. We've seen this time and time again on related issues. For instance, the issue of whether or not we should have a common set of standards, education standards across the country. There's a privacy component of that. We've seen it in terms of opting out of federal tests. We've seen it in other related issues. So I am quite confident that the pushback from any such change is going to be vigorous and never ending until it achieves victory. The purpose of such a system would be so open-ended that the repository is certain to be expanded over time to centralize data far beyond collegiate and employment data. In the creative, bureaucratic mind, literally everything can be linked to education. So why stop with employment data? Why not healthcare data and military and every other piece of information the government has access to? And I might further observe, why stop with just education? If government is going to enter this field of evaluation of a sector of the economy and collecting personal information to do that, why stop at education? Would such a dossier created on every citizen become permanent? Presumably so. If the goal of providing maximum consumer information is to be achieved, both historical and current data, constantly updated and expanded, must be compiled and preserved. The idea of the government's tracking individual citizens throughout their lives should be repudiated in our free republic. To summarize, we urge the Commission to resist efforts to collect and share personal, student, and family data, to recommend that any such information that is collected be excluded from any clearinghouse it does recommend, and to recommend that such a clearinghouse, if it is to be constituted, be subject to all the checks and balances provided by our constitutional structure. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present before you today.
Thank you. We appreciate your being here to talk about this obviously extremely important issue. Maybe I can start with some questions, and I suspect Ron and Allison will have questions as well. So just to start with this unit record system idea, I would be interested to know whether, from your perspective, there's a difference between potentially collecting unit record information about students enrolled in higher education versus students enrolled in K through 12.
No, I don't think the federal government should be collecting student level data at all. And that goes to my point about this is it really does flip the relationship between the citizen and government. It puts the citizen in a position of being intimidated by the government. And I think by analogy, if we think about it, if you thought of the most saintly person whom you know, and you thought, what would happen if they had a massive set of data about you? You could be confident, well, they'll never use that against you, somewhat confident, but it still puts you in a point of intimidation between you and that person. It changes the balance of power between you and that person. And that's going to be ever more so the case if government with a force of law behind it is put in that position. Not to mention, not just the force of law, but an ever-changing group of policymakers in charge of that data. So what's to prevent the government from changing the rules down the road? Really nothing.
So just to follow up on that, you mentioned early in your testimony the possibility of collecting data on students' social and emotional development and their extracurricular activities and disciplinary procedures against them and so on. But as I heard at least what the people on the previous panel were talking about, that wasn't the kind of information they were discussing. They were discussing information regarding enrollment at institutions of higher education and perhaps what program people were enrolled in and whether they graduated or not. Is that kind of information, do you feel any differently about that kind of information as opposed to the other sorts of things you were talking about?
No, I think it gets back to the central issue of whether or not government should have that data. And if you sit down and think about it, though, if we start with that unit record system, well, what's going to happen? Well, various institutions are going to start arguing, well, we're at sort of a disadvantage in the way this system is constructed. We go out and we reach out to, say, disadvantaged youth or recent immigrants, and there should be an accounting, or we have a special program to help individuals who have just gotten out of incarceration. So they'll say, well, we need some fine tuning of this system to account for the special work we do and to give people a more accurate picture. Well, of course, that's going to require ever more data points being collected about ever more personal information.
Let me just ask a slightly different question. There are a set of agencies of the federal government that for a long time have been in the business of collecting information about people for statistical purposes. The U.S. Census Bureau, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, other statistical agencies. Do you feel differently about data that would be collected for purely statistical purposes as opposed to data that would be collected in a way that would let them, with all the protections and so on around them, as opposed to data that could be used in a way that would rebound back on the individual?
Yeah, I mean, I think the general rule here is the more information about an individual that government has, the more the balance of power is changed. And the more it has, the more it's claimed for ever more information. I think with the Census Bureau, there's, well, first of all, having a census is in the Constitution, is required by the Constitution. And I'm not an expert on the census, but I do believe that there is a battle every 10 years as to what information is going to be asked. And then there's very strict rules as to how that information can be used and ultimately when it gets released to the public. So,
I mean, there certainly are very strict rules about how the information can be used. I guess that raises a question that I might pose to you as well, and then I'll give Ron and Allison a chance to ask questions. But, you know, is the concern that I'm hearing from you is that if you let government start collecting information, that there will be forces that will push for collection of more and more information. And it's perhaps not that you're so concerned about these first bits of information that might be collected, but you're worried about the slippery slope.
well, no, I'm worried about the first bits of information. We're talking about the federal government. I mean, the federal government is more removed from the people than state government, and that may sound abstract to some people and say, well, what relevance does that have in the modern age? But I think anyone who has worked in both state capitals and federal capitals and worked with state legislatures and Congress and federal bureaucracies versus state bureaucracies, really anyone who has gone through those range of experiences understands that state government really is closer to the people. And it's easier to get things done in state government. It's easier for constituents to be heard, and it really that further begs the questions. Well, why would the federal government have a role in this anyway? And it really doesn't. And then if we give the federal government a role in this, like I said in my testimony, well, where does it stop?
Okay, I have two questions. We have like 3 minutes left with your panel. Seems funny to call you a panel, but so one of them, at least, maybe you could send us a letter. You've used the word intimidation several times. If there are examples of the federal government intimidating people based on data that they have collected, it would be great to get those examples because I think they would be more persuasive than a abstract argument. And I'd like to know something about the magnitude of this problem. If this is a serious problem and there are examples of where it's happened, then the argument has legs, so to speak. Okay.
Sure, I'll endeavor to do that, but I would note though too that my point is it's the very fact of government having that information
I get
that
it.
is intimidating. And I would, if you go across America and you go in the cities and out in the country, then wherever you go, there are people who are nervous or intimidated just to go into government buildings. And the idea, I think that's understandable.
But my point is, the government has been collecting, you couldn't even describe the mountains of data that the federal government has collected since the very beginning of the country, not only in the census, but in any other surveys. So if there are examples of where the federal government has used this to intimidate people, we should know about that. That should be part of our consideration. Second thing is, I'm interested in how you formulate this issue. Do you believe that there's a reasonable benefit cost is a reasonable case? Because previous witnesses have cited several things that they think are advantageous for communities, for the country, for individuals. My favorite, and one that I've been concerned about a long time, is that kids go to the wrong schools. It happens all the time, and they wind up with debt and so forth. it would be very good if we could give them better information about the track record of those programs and how people like them perform in these and what advantages they have and what jobs they go on to get and so forth. I'm not asking you to accept that argument as convincing, do you accept the logic of approaching the problem that way? We have to decide how to approach the problem, and a benefit cost framework is typical, so would you think that's a reasonable thing for us to do?
No, I think that would be very awkward, if not impossible, for the federal government to come up with any sort of paradigm that evaluates schools. What do we have? 3,000 institutions of higher learning across the country that evaluates these in any meaningful way. I don't think that would be, and I think too it would be bothersome to students once they realize that once you enter this system of higher education, you're going to be tracked for the rest of your life.
Do you recognize the difference between description and evaluation? What is being proposed here and what previous witness said they wanted was a way to describe what happens to students that we're all concerned about, minorities, kids from low-income families, immigrants that you mentioned yourself, and how they do if they go to various schools. So the information is more about the schools than the individuals, and it's purely descriptive.
But to fully describe it, one would need a lot of data points about every student and would need to follow those data points throughout the student's academic career and into the workforce. And I think that's a massive undertaking. I don't think the federal government is situated to do it. I think it would be inaccurate. I think it would cause tremendous outcry among institutions of higher education that they're being unfairly evaluated, and justly so, which would create a cycle of calls for even more data collection. And I think that there would also be consequences among students. Probably there'd be an undercurrent of not wanting to attend those institutions.
Allison, do you have a question?
I will cede my time as I'm looking at the clock, but just to add my thanks for your perspective. Helpful to hear your side of this issue, because it is very complex.
Thank you all for having this discussion.
Thank you for coming. If the next panel could come up. So thank you. We have three speakers on this panel. I'll start with Daniel Crowley from the National Prevention Science Coalition to Improve Lives, R.K. Paleru from Booz Allen Hamilton, and Quentin Wilson from Public Performance Improvement.
Madam Commissioner, co-chairs, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. The National Prevention Science Coalition, or NPSC, represents hundreds of scientists and practitioners across the country with the shared goal of applying scientific findings towards wide-scale implementation of effective prevention practices and policies. In this context, we hope that the coalition and its membership can offer the Commission a resource for the future. I'm on the faculty at Penn State University and direct the Prevention Economics Planning and Research Network, and I also have the privilege to sit on the NPSC's board. And in my brief time today, I'd like to cover the proposal that we put forward, or the coalition put forward, and our vision for increasing the use of scientific evidence in policymaking, particularly through, of course, the use of administrative data systems. So it is in this context that I represent the NPSC today as a prevention scientist. we believe the experiences of the field of prevention science offer key lessons that may benefit the Commission in its tasks. These are the multifinality of intervention in human development, prevention as an investment, and the ultimate importance of providing visible and direct value to those we study and those whose data we use, where I will spend the bulk of my time. So it's increasingly clear there's a wealth of data already collected by the federal government. It's already there, and we need to be good stewards of that data. And it's collected by agencies and organizations and reflects a broad range of phenomena from physical health to juvenile and criminal justice, as well as we've heard about a fair amount today in terms of education, both at the states and the federal level. It is, I think many of us here agree, these existing data reserves are not currently well organized, and thus an infrastructure, of course, is needed to, or should be at least considered, to increase the utilization and the proper stewardship of that data. So how to organize that data requires careful consideration, and we're lucky to have you, the Commission, to take that up. There's a historical body of literature within and outside the prevention science field that's demonstrated that intervening in a person's development, particularly interventions of a behavioral variety, they ripple through a person's lives and manifest in a broad array of domains. For instance, we witnessed the role of early pre-K can play not only in later educational success, but also in their in individuals' labor market outcomes, criminal behavior, as well as welfare utilization. So this phenomena, where an early investment has multiple impacts in the future, or multifinality as we often refer to it, necessitates not only access then to education data, but also information about taxes and criminal justice and social service data, information that the federal government already collects in order to properly evaluate it. But it also highlights the value of linking them together in order to understand the impact across systems within that person, including the comorbidity of their utilization and the dynamics at play there. So as such, we encourage that your efforts to organize the existing data seeks to link not only across systems, but also across time, where time may, in some cases, be across the lifespan. So further, preventive interventions are, by nature, the interventions that we study, an investment anywhere in the lifespan, but their goal is to prevent downstream problems. That's what we do. This perspective aligns closely with many of the evidence-based initiatives we've already actually touched on here today, including the home visiting programs, as well as other things like the teen pregnancy evidence reviews and programs being put in place. Ultimately, to adequately evaluate these investments requires linking not only to individual level outcomes, but also utilization, the utilization and associated expenditures at the individual level. So in some cases, this simply requires, once again, data that the federal government already collects, preserving that existing information, for instance, claims data in the Medicaid or Medicare system. In others, though, it may require clear guidelines for how public spending might be linked in these systems to the individual, and where it can be appropriately, in some contexts, not all of course, associated with an individual's record, thus allowing us to have a full accounting of the value of what we may seek to do in order to reduce utilization or to promote certain types of utilization in the future. So our hope is that this commission will work towards identifying what such standards may be, of course, in consultation, as you've done so nicely today, with the public. Yet, if we're going to sustain this flow of data for research or descriptive purposes or even evaluation, we must visibly demonstrate the value to those who give up their data. Not the agencies that collected it, but the citizenry from whom we've collected it. This value cannot be abstract and just recognized by the research community or government evaluators. Its benefits must ultimately be seen by the public. Otherwise, eventually, we will see similar pushback as we've seen in the past that could ultimately cut off collection or use of this data. And I think we've had a nice conversation about the opportunities and the capacity to think about the costs and the benefits of such utilization. So in our submitted recommendations, we recommended a means to directly and expeditiously improve policy decisions, but by using this data with high visibility to individuals and communities across the nation, and that direct benefit. So our proposal, we believe, is highly compatible with the law by incorporating federal agency and other data, as well as methodological components that would be readily accessible and understandable to those who stand to benefit. And we believe that there will be widespread support from those which have an interest in evidence-based policymaking. So we propose that the federal government and expert contractors, of course, that would need to be engaged, develop an automated clearinghouse that will provide comprehensive information regarding evidence-based programs and policies to not only government and researchers, but also the community organizations, the practitioners, and local agencies that would benefit from having clear, usable information. So we hope that the data populating this toolkit would ideally include automated analytics that frequently update parameters needed to readily map available evidence-based programs to existing needs and where there are gaps, whether that be to identify the best violence prevention practices or determine which policies to fund to reduce specific instances of local poverty. Also needed is flexibility to include innovative and or promising programs that have not been subjected to rigorous evaluation, and to be able to evaluate that using the existing data that I've already mentioned so far. Further, we hope that further, per the Commission's sort of second area of focus, that we think about, so not only the collection and how we access this data, but then, of course, how it's used. Eventually, we hope that this system will allow for analysis and reanalysis of that data to not only view information of past evaluations, as we see in some of the current evidence-based sort of program lists that are out there, but instead is dynamic in nature and able to be, we can use that data to project the benefits of implementing strategies in new contexts. Such a system could build on the useful web-based analytics systems such as those offered by the CDC's Behavioral Risk Factor Surveillance System and the Substance Abuse Mental Health Data Archive, which allow for real-time analysis of data from an etiological standpoint. We hope to see a similar opportunity for when we decide to make intervention, do intervention evaluation. So the goal is to provide a comprehensive, one-stop resource that is more user-friendly and searchable on dimensions that are not currently available, providing an efficient and valid method to guide evidence-based policymakers and others, in particular local individuals who might benefit from this resource. This system we hope would be both iterative and interactive, with the opportunity for it to be searchable, but also we recognize the importance of needing to have clear protocols for protecting that information, which in part we hope a dashboard that would lay on top of that system versus would prevent the need for actually releasing that data to individuals except in very clear circumstances where those costs and benefits align appropriately. So we realize that this task is very large and complex, and it will take time, and it's going to require continual updating. I think that's important for us to all acknowledge, and that there's going to be a need to establish criteria and thresholds for designating programs and policies as evidence-based, something that we've struggled with in this field for a while. But but there are examples we believe out there, including existing evidence-based lists that can provide a starting point for us. And so the Commission, we hope that the Commission and their advisors will also want to make decisions about what policy areas to cover initially, recognizing that this will be something that needs to be scaled over time, and whether it be in different elements of human behavior or different types of public health issues. So these objectives for a clearinghouse, we believe, can be accomplished with sufficient resources and ultimately commitment, as well as by calling upon the expertise of evidence-based policymaking groups, and academic researchers. Yep, thank you. So in that context, we believe that opening this or allowing this data to be used in this manner has the opportunity to not only move evidence-based policy forward, but the creation of evidence itself.
RK?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner Haskins and Commissioner Aris. My name is R.K. Palladou. I'm a principal with Booz Allen Hamilton. I believe I'm going to be one of those unique folks bringing the private sector perspective to conversation here, right? And basically, I represent a firm that's been servicing the government clients for the last 100 years. I represent a set of colleagues, 23,000 of us, who work day to day in very mission critical aspects of the federal government with the agencies, along technology, analytics, data, digital, and engineering functionalities. As a longtime trusted partner to the United States government, Booz Allen Hamilton welcomes and appreciates this bipartisan effort around evidence-based decision-making to help the American citizen, particularly in increasing the availability and use of government data to compile evidence and inform program policy design and implementation. And in spirit of this open government and collaboration, we appreciate the opportunity to review and provide comments to this commission. Through years of close connection with public sector clients, as I just mentioned, we have observed the lingering barriers to data-driven insights. For example, the exceedingly difficult nature of linking disparate public data sets, the need for significant coordination across multiple agencies to extract meaningful insights from such data, shortage of data management and data science skills, technology, the ability to adopt data operations and technology, and finally, cultural resistance to change. We understand the concerns of both data providers and data consumers and recognize the need for a range of expertise from policy all the way down to the data infrastructure. The US federal government relies on evidence-based policy development, execution, evaluation to maximize policy effectiveness and socioeconomic value derived to citizens. Such an approach to evidence-based policy making is currently undergoing transformation, driven by three factors. One, to access and link statistical data, administrative and survey data, as quite a few of the folks who have been here this morning have been talking about, for effective analysis and support of policy decision. Number two, the need for government accountability in program spending and evaluation, something that I've not heard so far in the conversation this morning. And three, the pace of change in data-related technology. Such data-related initiatives, while leading to better policy decisions also, and program effectiveness and increased return on government spending, also exposes us to significant privacy risks and through loss of personally identifiable information. Government agencies, as I said, generate two types of data: the administrative data, which is largely mission-driven, and survey data that generated as part of its collecting efforts of such information. So really, I'm going to get into about 9 specific recommendations, and to Commissioner Orris's point, on some examples where we have seen how this has been applied to see if there's potential that we could apply and shape some of the thinking here. And I'm putting it across 3 dimensions. One is on program effectiveness in policy. Second is about the data clearinghouse, which folks have talked about quite a bit. And then third on privacy and security. Program effectiveness in policy. The first and foremost is linking administrative and survey data. Any government policy serving the needs of civil society could have administrative impact across multiple government agencies. However, the data that supports these policies and programs are siloed with limited scope and limited impact for cross-government effectiveness. Unleashing such information will lead to better policymaking and governance. Doing so could exponentially increase our ability to ask questions that we have never before asked on the data because we've taken a siloed approach, and also enhance our potential to draw insights that could have never been derived before. I will give you a personal example. This summer, we had a team of summer interns work with the firm. They took a set of data from the US Census Bureau on the American Community Survey data. We mashed that up with data that's available upon with the Food and Nutrition Services at USDA on the effectiveness of the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. We came upon some very interesting questions and insights which would not have been possible uniquely. For example, how does fill rates, which is the number of people available to kind of eligible to participate in a food stamps program, to how many are really participating, right? The ratio of that varies across the states. So what factors drive this? So the ability to kind of crunch these numbers and get to the analytics on part of it gave us very unique insight around how certain clusters of states were behaving different from certain other states, and what can we do to kind of learn. And one of the unique things we found about many things is about language barriers. A simple thing like changing the communication, the language that is used for communication actually has an effect on fill rates. Second is government accountability. This is a topic very personally close to me. Having worked in the financial realm for quite some time, I think Government agencies have to go beyond programmatic evaluation and start linking spending data with the economic value derived. For example, to increase transparency in federal spending, the Digital Accountability and Transparency Act, the DATA Act, was passed that has mandated all government agencies to consolidate and publish government spending. We believe it is a logical next step that such spending-related information is linked with programmatic information or program performance data to evaluate cost-benefit analysis and direct the application of government funding to such programs. An example I can give here is the dollar that is spent across programs while being tapped goes to acts like the Workforce Opportunity Investment Act, which trains workers across different sets of skills, aged workers, disabled workers, retirees returning to workforce. How do we tie these two sets of data to kind of improve the performance? There's already work we've done with the Data Act. We work with the Treasury as the centralized agency to kind of implement some of these things. We see it's a natural extension to that to kind of tie the benefits to it or the program performance back to that spending data. Third is public-private partnerships. Government agencies are constrained by budgets and resources to support comprehensive research analysis of government programs. For example, they don't have the large number of data science to scale and crunch these things. We believe it takes the proverbial, it takes a village to raise the child. I think it takes the community to kind of go after the data. And we believe public-private partnerships like the one that we've had with crowdsourcing effort where we partnered with Kaggle, a crowdsourcing platform, to bring data scientists to work on some of the biggest problems, such as the National Institute of Heart, Lung, and Blood, to find out how image data of the heart image data could be used to kind of transform it, go towards heart health. And what we found that the algorithms that the crowdsourced entities came up with were much better than what the government or the agencies were independently trying to do, right? I mean, it's just a sheer scale. Moving further, recommendation 4 is on data clearinghouse. I'm not going to get into too much of this. A lot of my previous folks have spoken about the centralized data hub. Suffice to say, we've worked with Treasury, as I said. Creating this hub requires standardized information formats and exchanges today. The ability, you saw some of the questions around linking data sets has been a challenge. We've applied what is called as an information broker, which we work with the Treasury, and we have open sourced this, put this in the GitHub for agencies and others to adopt and adhere to common data standards. Data operations, I don't want to get into too much of this, but all the aspects of all the way from the ingestion to storage to retrieve to dissemination, there should be standards on which this is done, especially to reduce storage costs and be more efficient, and you're not replicating data sets for loss of information. Another topic close to my heart personally is self-service capabilities, right? The ability to kind of collect data, curate it. It's almost like a Pinterest for data. I mean, today you go to data.gov, it's difficult. I mean, I know the people who work on data.gov, very amazing people, do a lot of work, but the challenge is there's not the ability, they can't solve humanity's hunger here for data, right? It has to come down to how do we consume data, so curation, sharing, collaboration, almost like a Pinterest. I mean, I like these data sets, I like it. Somebody else is going to go after those data sets because they trust, and it's almost like street credibility on data sets and nonprofits and academia or whatever. So I think that's an important aspect of self-service capabilities and tools that push anything from predictive analytics to modeling and machine learning and data mining. There are tools that exist today, right? Really quickly, getting to the last topic on privacy and security, data governance and stewardship is very important. We've heard about this. There's a lot being spoken about data sharing agreements. How do you functionalize these data sharing agreements? How do you put it in a technology infrastructure that respects the policy for not just about a bunch of people coming together to sign this, but also is it being implemented as they start accessing these data sets? The last two things is the security and contextual controls. I think best-in-class security that protects data in flight and data at rest is a prerequisite, but also aggregated and macro data sets have to be treated differently, which is what is happening with open data, as you'd see. But as also you come down, there's fields of cybersecurity and applied cryptography pushes it down. Protected ID keys today are locked on the census, at census would be probably locking down at the source. That prevents us from getting into anonymization techniques. And when you come up to really the more security should be really at the end user level. It has to be contextual. It is the user. It has the situation he's going after and all that stuff. And finally, training and audit, which I don't want to get into too much. Thank you for your time here, and really appreciate the opportunity to present a point of view.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Quentin.
Thank you. I just want to say I agree with Daniel and RK, and I've got 9 minutes and 58 seconds left. But I do want to talk about it. I appreciate actually how the commission and the staff structured this. I now get it. I didn't know actually about the panel, but I am going to talk a little bit about how I came to the same conclusion that these two presenters did. And I want to thank the commissioners who are here, those that might be watching, and the other 20 million people who are watching the live feed, right? At least, I'm pretty sure, because this is pretty sexy stuff. So I do want to thank you for the opportunity to comment and present. And as I I shipped off what I wanted to say over the weekend, and then as I was seeing who was on the panels and talking to folks in Silicon Valley about apps related to this, I thought, wait a minute, I really want to ask them questions. But I'll try to get through this so that we'll have more time for questions, because I do think this is an incredible structure of the commission. I am having trouble remembering, and I've worked for 3 different congressmen and 3 different governors, and obviously legislative at the federal level, administrative at the state level. And this is an interesting and valuable structure. The fact that the executive branch is appointing members and participants, and the majority and minority, I have enough political background, I think that's a great idea. And I have talked to Speaker Ryan's staff. I'm going to talk to Senator Murray's staff just to make sure, because I think the big question is how do you motivate both the people who are in the program area to use the data and also the elected officials to use it. I have worked with government leaders, agencies, and nonprofit organizations to improve performance, especially in areas that I think people care about most, things like education. We had a lot of conversation about economic opportunity, responsive and effective government. And I'm currently working with like-minded organizations and individuals, several of whom are on the panel, or that have asked to speak here, to move more rapidly from data to action. I think that's one of the driving problems in politics, and I think it's probably true in business too, but there is a lot of data. I like to say, and I stole this from somebody in the startup world, that public performance improvement never starves to death. It drowns. And I think there's just so much information and so much data that you as a commission and we hopefully are helping you provide some insights in how to do that, how to focus on the most important activities. I'm working to accomplish that by, this is a quote I'd already written before I heard this, but to build a resource bank of information, research, promising practices, and guidance to take the next steps. I like the automated point, but I do think there needs to be the curating point you mentioned is got to be a part of this. We've been working with some folks who were involved, if you remember the Government Performance Project of Governing Magazine from '96 to 2010. They were evaluating mainly states and talking about their performance, but it was also largely process driven. And I was working for the governor of Missouri at the time and put in this thing we were working on that is very, very outcome-driven part of that. They had IT process, hiring processes, and budgeting processes that they focused on and provided research and evidence about how states were using that and compared the states. The 2 issues I'm looking at, one is raising it to the outcome level. I think that's really important to talk about the results people really care about. The second piece is to make sure we look at what motivates people to use it, not to have it be a punitive or too judgmental activity, but really provide the information and resources that helps them achieve the results. I love data, but I love results more. And I'm more, I think I'm more logical left brain than I am the emotional side. At least my wife tells me that. But I think that sustaining the use of evidence in policy making requires us to connect with things that really matter more, a direct connection to some of the emotionally laden results about which people care most. If you have, as I have, worked with passionate advocates, activists, and funders, you know it takes both. It's not one or the other. Data itself is not enough without that connection to these results. To get there, I want to leave you with 3 points. First, I think you're on the right track at the leading edge of efforts around this country and around the world to harness data and information to make a difference. Second, by building upon the work of the Commission and other initiatives promoting the use of evidence to create, evaluate, and improve programs, we can make a greater impact on the high-level outcomes about which people care most. Third, I want to work with you to help create the resources to foster a focus on prioritizing and improving performance on these high-level outcomes. I do agree. I think it was Dr. Haskins who said, we don't have too many opportunities like this in our lives, and it's certainly with the collaboration of bipartisan, intergovernmental, the executive branch and the legislative branch. And I think we can move quickly to transform data analysis and passion into action and progress in achieving these results. With regard to my first point, and I did provide a PowerPoint, even though it's not being presented, so it'll be on the record and on the website, of a number of global, national, state, and local initiatives. For example, at the very philosophical level, Tim Berners-Lee, the founder of the World Wide Web, has started an initiative that reflects his view that the use of information to actually improve social conditions is a key component of what he calls the next web. So this isn't just another initiative. This is a high level, what you're working on, I think a high level evolution of the use of information. I also listed and linked to resources and examples of models for public sector improvement, including the post-secondary data collaborative that the IHEP is working on. Also the Pew Results First activities that they're also involved in, and the Results First that's on the next panel, or I'm sorry, the Results for America that's on the next panel, their work, and I've talked to their folks about it. So there's a lot of good work going on and a lot of resources, I think, to bring to bear, primarily the intellectual firepower, but also the commitment to working on this. One of the examples, there was some, you mentioned food stamps. Dr. Hoynes. I looked at all, people's CVs of some of the commission members, and the research CVs were very interesting. Another interesting perspective of this, but I saw work that had been done in areas, and that's a good example of an area that you want to have an efficient food stamp program, but you also want to look at the outcomes. What's the long-term benefit? Is the number of people using it benefiting from it? And then there's a lot of work going on. So I have several examples on the PowerPoint again about using data to achieve these results. It's been done. I think that the Commission can help strengthen the culture and systems, encourage this process. The folks who appointed you are the exact people that we need to find out from. And what I really wanted to get to, instead of talking about what I am going to build in this system, which I can talk to for a long time, is I think the one thing we have to know, and this is related to building any startup initiative, is what do the people we want to use this data want? So what do Congress men and women and senators and executive branch folks want? And I think that that's something the Commission can work on that I hadn't really put into the prepared remarks, but as I listened, that's really, and even over this last week, I thought that's something very valuable. You're in a great position to do that. So the things that I think we can work on to build a database of high-level outcomes as part of this government performance project, or whatever we call it next. And whomever I talk to, I'm really a free agent, a self-appointed expert in this area because of the work I've done in the past. But I think there's a lot of opportunity to move up to that high-level outcome area, and really some of what you talked about. Prioritize, start somewhere among that. Maybe it's education, maybe it's criminal justice. Pew, I know, is working on that. There are lots of ways you could start, and then start to drill down and build both information about promising practices, which I used to call best practices, but there always were better ones, so I'm going to just call them promising practices, even if they have a lot of evidence. And then also provide, as an additional resource, tools and a playbook for how to do this, and really give the ability for anybody, an individual, an elected official, an agency person, anybody who's a policy entrepreneur, resources to make quick decisions and tackle these problems. And I think that without this Commission, I think I would certainly feel like I was more talking into the wind than I do when there's so many people that you've had already present that I think feel the same way.
Maybe I can start with one question for the three of you. One of the things that we undoubtedly will have to wrestle with is if we move forward to recommend the establishment of a data clearinghouse is how to prioritize the development of that. Do you have suggestions about criteria that we might use in that process?
That's one I definitely wanted to turn the question around and have the policymakers kind of tell us. But we've looked at this issue, and I think one of the areas that Daniel mentioned, I've heard it called, predictive analytics, which I think you talked about. But the term you used, I hadn't heard yet, but I agree with it. The preventive, because everything you look at, there's something you should be doing really early. In a project I worked on in higher ed, it really needed to focus on middle school engagement in low-income schools, and that's where everything else we're doing, and I include Pell Grants and everything else, is not preventive. Right. So I think does it prevent? Does it have there are tools to figure out what drives what? There's analysis you can do even without reams of data, just logical thinking about what generates what. It's what I think has led to things like early childhood programs and pregnancy prevention and other activities. I think the criteria of having a big impact, driving a lot of other outcomes, is one place to start. I'll just throw that out.
The only thing that I would add is, again, I'd give a data perspective or a data question. I think what we've seen is the best place to start with how to prioritize data, look at what the researchers are doing, what kind of problems they're addressing, right? And you'd see where the demand for such data is coming in. And that's why I said when you curate data sets, or when you know what data sets are being used, you could actually tap data about data usage, which means who's using what, when, and in what context, right? So that would give a demand-driven approach to what your prioritization should be. And there's technology that does it. I mean, the Silicon Valley firms do that. So why not the government?
So I liked your Pinterest for data. And I think that it feeds into that point, which is this more meta awareness of where is the demand for data now, right? And then meeting that up with where is there the path of least resistance, right? We've had a lot of conversation about education data today and the concerns around there, but there's other areas, other substantive areas and other areas in types of data that could be considered, right? Right now, of course, criminal justice is a huge issue. We've seen some movement in terms of legislation, but and there's a lot of popular kind of public discussion about issues of incarceration, for instance, and where is there opportunities there in terms of opening that type of data, which may arguably be less controversial. So I think that finding the demand and finding the path of least resistance is one way to inform it, and then in terms of process, it's about, I think the privacy and data security are, first up on the table, of course, right? Getting that repository in place with the data that you start working with, and then going from there. So a lot of, for instance, what we put forward, that's the future forward kind of discussion in terms of what's the overlay on top of it? How do we make it have the greatest value for not just the researchers, but for the public? And so we recognize that that's downstream.
Two questions. I'm going to sort of combine them. It would be very helpful for you, with your vast experience and all the resources and professors and so forth you have to call on, what are the particular elements that you would like to see in a clearinghouse that would have the greatest probability that analyzing those data would lead to good prevention by policymakers? So a specific example, because most of your testimony and most of the thinking here is so broad, it's hard, everything is related, people are likely to think. So what are the most important variables, background from existing data sets that if they were combined, this would create a very robust area for analysis of prevention science? And the second thing is, no one has said a word about costs of any of this stuff. So that's something that we have to bear in mind, because that's something the policymakers have to bear in mind. I noticed the one place where they brought it up, they wanted the cost to be zero. So cost is a consideration, and no one has talked about it so far at all.
So I think for your first point, I think that's been a theme today in terms of getting specific, and we definitely can provide that low-hanging fruit to you, which I think is what makes sense in terms of what's the first steps. And so, we could talk about that now, but in the interest of time, that'll be our next submission.
But for this commission, it would be great for you to submit something for the record. Not to argue that this is the most profound thing to do, but here is a good example. If we had access to these 3 data sets and could look across these data sets, here are the kind of problems that we could address and the outcomes that we think might be beneficial.
I have a feeling that this meeting is going to generate that kind of list, not just from myself and our group, but from the others that we've heard from so far. So happy to submit that. And
Sure. So I can give some quick two or three examples from what we've seen. Obviously, the food stamps data, one way to kind of relate it to healthcare data. I mean, there are food deserts today. The food stamps that are being used, what kind of purchases are being made around those things? What is the downstream health impact on it, right? So where does the government think about the trade-offs between, promoting, keeping supplemental nutrition that's out there, and what's the effect on it? Think about the other example I give is, traditionally, education has always been driven by policy, which is kind of student quality and teacher pay and aspects of it. So some of the interesting things which we are looking at, which we put out in a white paper called Data-Driven Government, is we're saying that there could be impact, of neighborhoods. I mean, Dr. Raj Shetty has talked about, the communities you live in. What if you have food stamps? What is the impact? If a child does not have nutritious food on table, how is the child going to be studying, right? I mean, or preparing for schools. So I can go on, and we'd be happy to kind of put up point of view, right? I mean, I would take another thing about immigration, right? So we talk about should there be immigration or not? Should there be a wall or not, right? But the fact remains, what is the way in which we are preparing about the social costs downstream? Is the government thinking about a 50-year horizon and what's going to happen? And on the cost, Commissioner Haskins, that you had mentioned about, while I did not allude directly to the cost, there are a couple of ideas I could throw out there. From a point of view of first one being you can't do it all alone, and that came to my point on crowdsourcing, right? So while the way you bring down cost is how do you bring the communities into especially the data science realm, right? That's number one. Number two, from a cost perspective, is there are agencies out here which actually provide services, right? Which is kind of data as a service, and they could be charged. I mean, I know we want to be very careful about the security. We don't want the government to be running a business that's for private sector to do. But there are agencies which, like the OCC, which gets a fee for examining banks. There are PBGC, which does pension benefits and gratuity corp, which are funded. So how can you kind of bring those kinds of thinking into kind of reducing your costs?
Yep, and I'll maybe add my question in, because I think it relates. All of you have worked in and around government for a long time, and as we think about the commission making recommendations, I think we recognize there's a long time horizon to make big progress here. But I'm curious, what are the things that over time have helped all of you do the work you do better? Is it legislation? Is it more resources? Is it executive orders, guidance from government about increasing sharing of administrative data? I'm trying to think about the tools that you all need. So in addition to the specific data sets, like what are the signals that the commission can help send as we think about recommendations?
To me, the first question is passion. So that's what brings us every day to kind of make the world better, and how can we help. It doesn't matter whether you're in private sector or wherever you are, we're all working towards the common cause. But I think one area that definitely can help us is the interagency exchange of data sets, right? I mean, the trust to break down the silos and exchange it. Because when there is, today what's happening is a returning veteran, right? There's information within DOD, there's information in Veterans Affairs, he wants to get to education. What we're thinking about is how to make policy decisions based on how we are organizationally structured, but you got to look at the life cycle of that particular veteran and his journey through the eyes of a data, right, versus an agency view.
Well, I think it is related to the previous question, because it's this great performance improvement expert, Mr. Miyagi from Karate Kid. I mean, he said, focus, Daniel's son. I mean, I think we need to focus, and I think that was the previous question. How do you prioritize? And I actually take issue and disagree with Daniel, partly because if it's not challenging and interesting and risky, I don't think it gets enough political attention. Mm-hmm. I think it ought to be focused on things that if we work on this, we could have a high impact and it's high achievability. So they're just, it's a quadrant, and if something's both, you know, there's some things we would talk about, if it's economic development, if it's teen pregnancy, whatever, focus on that. The driver is really how I got involved in higher ed, was figure out how to make the biggest difference, and that's where it was. So, excuse the hands Italian thing here.
There's obviously a lot more we could talk about, but I'm looking at our time, and I'm afraid we need to stop and move to the next panel.
Okay.
But thank you very much.
Yeah.
And
Thank you all.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So let me welcome our last panel. Thank you for being here and to speak to us. So our three panelists are David Medina from Results for America, Colleen Kay, the National Campaign to Prevent Teen and Unplanned Pregnancy, and Sarah Dubé from Pew. So, I should say the Results First initiative. So why don't we go ahead and start with you, David?
Great. Chairwoman Abraham. Yep. Chairwoman Abraham, Co-Chair Haskins, Commissioner Orris, thanks for the opportunity to provide testimony today on behalf of Results for America. My name is David Medina, and perhaps like many of you here today, I'm one of the data points we've been discussing throughout the last few hours. I grew up in a tight-knit, low-income family on the southeast side of Chicago, and throughout my life, my family and I have benefited from opportunity expanding federal programs, including earned income tax credits, Head Start, Pell Grants, Perkins loans, unemployment benefits, and my personal and professional experiences have shown me firsthand that investing taxpayer dollars in effective and efficient programs can help improve outcomes and opportunities for families and communities like mine in Chicago. And that's why 4.5 years ago, I co-founded Results for America, a bipartisan nonprofit organization working with decision makers at all levels of government to accelerate their use of evidence and data. And our mission is to make investing in what works the new normal, so that when policymakers make decisions, they start by seeking the best evidence and data available, then use what they find to get better results. At Results for America, we believe that government at all levels can and should help improve outcomes for young people, families, and communities by implementing the following three Moneyball for Government principles, which we developed in 2002 to explain as simply as possible how we think data and evidence should be used in the evidence-based policymaking process. So the first principle is build evidence about the practices, policies, and programs that will achieve the most effective and efficient results so that policymakers can make better decisions. The second principle is invest limited taxpayer dollars in practices, policies, and programs that use data, evidence, and evaluation to demonstrate they work. And the third principle is direct funds away from practices, policies, and programs that consistently fail to achieve desired outcomes. Results for America promotes these three principles in three comprehensive and complementary ways. First, we develop standards of excellence which define the government infrastructure necessary to be able to use data and evidence when making budget, policy, and management decisions. And for example, we've developed an annual Federal Invest in What Works Index, which among other things describes how 7 federal departments and agencies are collecting, analyzing, sharing, and using high-quality administrative and survey data consistent with strong privacy protections to improve federal, state, and local programs. And you should have in the packets, which we distributed right before this panel, a copy of our index. And if you look at question number 5, that's the data-related question I just referenced. And on pages 14 through 19 of that index is where you'll see the data information we collected from these 7 agencies. Second, we support policymakers committed to investing in what works through tools, resources, and technical assistance. For example, our What Works Cities initiative, which is supported by Bloomberg Philanthropies, is building the capacity of 100 mid-sized U.S. cities to better use data and evidence to improve the lives of their residents. And RFA also leads a local government fellowship program, which is helping 15 senior city and county officials develop and implement advanced evidence-based policies. And third, we mobilize champions committed to investing in what works. Since 2002, we've created a bipartisan Moneyball for Government all-star team, which includes 126 local, state, and federal officials who support our 3 principles, and that list includes Speaker Ryan. Results America is also helping build the demand for evidence-based solutions among domestic nonprofit leaders and foreign government officials. Earlier this year, we launched Results for All, which is an initiative of Results for America, to identify and support efforts to invest public resources in what works around the world. And we'll be releasing a report next year that will highlight how countries around the world are using data and evidence to solve their biggest challenges. And later this year, RFA will also be launching a new effort to engage domestic nonprofit chief executives in the evidence-based policymaking process at the local, state, and federal government levels. And RFA and our Invest in What Works coalition partners strongly supported the federal legislation championed by Speaker Ryan and Senator Murray and signed into law by President Obama, which created this commission. And last month, RFA and 9 of our coalition partners, which include Actionable Intelligence for Social Policy, America Forward, the Center for Employment Opportunities, the Center for Research and Reform in Education at Johns Hopkins University, KIP, REDF, the Sorensen Center for Impact, the Success for All Foundation, and the Sunlight Foundation, sent a letter to the Commission outlining 15 policy recommendations, which we hope you will consider including in your final report in September. Although the law creating the Commission directed you to study and report on several important data-related topics, our coalition's policy recommendations focused on the provision that directs the Commission to make recommendations on how to best incorporate outcomes measurement, institutionalized randomized control trials, and rigorous impact analysis into program design. Among our recommendations are proposals that would improve federal data collection efforts, strengthen federal data analysis work, increase data sharing activities, and expand federal data usage initiatives. Many of these ideas have been promoted throughout the day by other folks testifying. I won't go into detail. You have them in the letter in your packets. And we're available to help answer any questions you may have about them at a later time. So in closing, I'd like to just thank you all once again for the opportunity to testify on behalf of Results for America and for your consideration of our coalition's policy recommendations. We hope you'll consider us as a resource in the coming weeks and months as you develop your final report. Thank you.
Madam Chair and members of the Commission, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here today. As a long-standing supporter of evidence-based policy, the national campaign appreciates the important work being done by the Commission. And I'm honored to be part of a panel that includes Results for America and the Results First Initiative, both leaders in the space of evidence-based policy. As I noted, the campaign has championed and helped inform evidence-based policymaking for many years. As early as 1997, the national campaign commissioned one of the first evidence-based reviews of what works to prevent teen pregnancy, titled No Easy Answers by Dr. Doug Kirby, which found that most studies assessing impact of programs to reduce teen sexual risk-taking failed either to measure or to find sustained impacts on behavior. In the coming years, we worked with Dr. Kirby to update these results periodically, and by 2007, we were heartened to find that the number of programs with strong evidence of positive impacts had grown by 50%. In short, evidence-based policymaking is not just the topic du jour for us at the campaign. And our commitment to supporting evidence-based programs has never wavered over the past 20 years. The Commission's request for comment posed several important and thoughtful questions, and many of them fall into two broad categories. One, reflecting how to best use evidence of effectiveness to inform policy, and another reflecting how to make administrative and survey data more widely available. And I'd like to speak briefly to each of these. First, how to use evidence of effectiveness to inform policy. There are many fields that engage in evidence-based policymaking, but of course I'm most familiar with teen pregnancy prevention efforts, so I'll focus on those. And in particular, I'd like to highlight the efforts of the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Beginning in 2010, with nearly $190 million in funding for the Teen Pregnancy Prevention Program and the Personal Responsibility Education Program, HHS has demonstrated what it truly means to be evidence-based. And by this, I mean it's about more than just making sure that funding is directed to programs with evidence of effectiveness. In addition, it means recognizing that times change, the social context changes, and the behaviors we are trying to modify change. Therefore, just because a program was found effective in a single study conducted 20 years ago does not mean it's still effective today. Also, recognizing that each community and the populations they serve are different. The populations they serve are different, as are the constraints they face regarding resources, time, and public sentiment. Programs vary in terms of setting, number, and length of lessons, and programmatic content, making each a better or worse fit for a particular community or school district. This means that it's important to have a menu of evidence-based programs to choose from, not just one or two, and in that it's important for communities to do a needs assessment to understand what's most compatible with what they're trying to achieve. It also means it's not enough to simply know whether a program works or not, but rather we must understand how, why, and for whom it works. Finally, and perhaps most difficult, recognizing that we must be prepared for null results. Where being prepared doesn't mean trying to bury those results, nor does it mean giving up because of those results, but rather learning what we can from them and using them to advance the field. This, in turn, requires careful measurement of things like fidelity, dosage, the counterfactual, and much more. As discussed in a recent issue of the American Journal of Public Health, the Teen Pregnancy Prevention Program, led by the Office of Adolescent Health, exemplifies each of these points. This program awarded 102 grants between 2010 and 2015, 75% of which focused on replicating existing evidence-based programs, but 25% of which focused on testing new and innovative programs, resulting in 41 different program evaluations. So in addition to being guided by the evidence-based, they are also growing the evidence-based and learning from the results. They, in collaboration with ASPE, ACF, and other HHS agencies, are doing this with a huge investment in evaluation, implementation science, fidelity, performance measurement, technical assistance, and secondary data analysis that, to my knowledge, is unparalleled. So in this spirit, I say somewhat cautiously that being evidence-based is not an easy lift. It's about more than simply saying, here are 2 programs, take your pick. To be clear, it's worth it. But to be successful, it takes time. It takes a lot of money and political will. I may be stating the obvious, but these points are so important. that they need to be made at every opportunity. Next, I'd like to speak briefly about access to data, survey and administrative data in particular. Evidence-based policy relies on more than just program evaluation. It also requires access to data that enables policymakers to understand how needs and services differ across geographic locales and across subpopulations. Obviously, access to survey and administrative data are critical in this regard, as just about everybody today has already said. The Commission poses specific questions about the potential merits of a comprehensive clearinghouse for survey and administrative data. While I have no desire to be contrarian, in my opinion, such a clearinghouse would be valuable in theory, but I have deep concerns. When I think about the large number of data sets, just in the domain of adolescent health, which I know, and then consider all the other policy domains, ranging from environmental toxins to the labor market to educational policy to prenatal care, and the list could go on and on, it's difficult to conceptualize how a single clearinghouse could truly be all-inclusive. It's also difficult to conceptualize how such a clearinghouse could package those data, curate them, if you will, to steal a term from the earlier panel, in a way that sufficiently portrays the complexities of both the data and the programs they represent. Finally, I worry whether the effort would be sustained over the long term. And if not, then what I imagine to be an enormous upfront investment would end up down the drain in a few years. Even now, I stumble across broken links to data warehouses that are no longer operable, ones that I'm sure were well conceived and well implemented with all of the best of intentions. Don't get me wrong, more than anyone, I strongly support greater access to data and investing in the infrastructure to make that possible. But I wonder if those funds would yield more return by helping the agencies, the data agencies, maintain and enhance the data they already have in place. In our experience, as these agencies try to meet growing data collection costs with fixed or even diminishing budgets, the availability of policy-relevant data has been shrinking in critical ways. Key questions are being cut from surveys, and online access to data are being curtailed. This is particularly true as it pertains to tabulating results below the national level when we want to construct state or sub-state indicators. And yet I believe that with relatively modest investments and vocal champions, data access could be expanded. I think, when you ask the question about how to prioritize if we were to do a clearinghouse, and a witness on the earlier panel rightly said, well, we need to understand where there's demand for data. I would say the demand for data are everywhere. But then again, the second half of the answer was, where are there opportunities? And I also think that there are opportunities to work with the data that we have to expand that access. I wanted to take just another minute to circle back to the question about wage records and how difficult it is to make those data available because they're a state-level system. One data system that I would suggest looking at is the vital statistics system. Because it's a cooperative federal-state partnership, they've done a fantastic job making all those data available at the federal level. So I won't go on to that, but I would just suggest that as a great system to look at.
Great, thank you. Sarah.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, Co-Chair Haskins, Commissioner Orris, thank you so much for taking the time to hear from all of us today. I'm Sarah Dubé, Director of the Pew MacArthur Results First Initiative, which is a joint effort of the Pew Charitable Trust and the John D. and Catherine T. MacArthur Foundation. I'm delighted to have the opportunity to give you a brief overview of our project and highlight some of the ways in which our experiences at the state and local level may help inform federal policies and practices. Now, I know you've already had a long day, and I am the only thing standing between you and lunch, so I will do my best to be brief. As you may know, Pew is driven by the power of knowledge to solve today's most challenging problems. We seek to improve public policy, inform the public, and invigorate civic life by conducting rigorous analyses and focusing on results. We have used this evidence-based approach to support efforts such as successful home visiting programs for new mothers, as has been touched on today, evaluations of state-based tax incentives, and public safety programs to reduce recidivism. I'd like to say that one of our most successful of these evidence-based initiatives is Results First. A growing number of states and counties are partnering with us to access the latest research, conduct jurisdiction-specific analyses, and incorporate evidence into their budgeting and policymaking processes across a variety of social policy areas, including adult criminal justice, juvenile justice, child welfare, early education, substance abuse, and mental health. To date, we have worked with 22 states across the country and 7 counties to help government leaders identify and invest in programs that both achieve positive outcomes for their residents and make the most of limited taxpayer dollars. Results First is a capacity building initiative that works closely with state and local governments to increase their use of evidence in budget and policy decisions by making the research more accessible and providing practical, tangible tools for incorporating evidence into the decision-making process. Now, we do this with a 3-step approach. First, we help our partners create a comprehensive inventory of currently funded programs and review the best available research to assess which of those programs are most likely to work. Of course, we look first to any local evaluations of the program provided in a particular jurisdiction, but as you know, high-quality local evaluations are still few and far between. So when good local data are not available, we turn to the national evaluation literature. To make this search as easy as possible, we created the Results First Clearinghouse database, which compiles information from 8 nationwide research clearinghouses. I want to make that distinction from some of the clearinghouse talk that's been going on today, including those developed by the federal government's Department of Education, Department of Justice, and the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration. These look at the effectiveness of programs across these social policy areas. Now, since these clearinghouses use different evaluation criteria and vocabulary, we color-coded the results in an effort to standardize how the analyses are reported and make it easy for state and local government leaders to find the information they're looking for. The second step in our approach, when the data are available, we help our state and local partners implement the Results First benefit cost model to compare their program's likely return on investment. With our support, our partners collect and analyze the data needed to develop a jurisdiction-specific version of the benefit cost model to help policymakers understand the investment value of different programs. This builds on the program inventory work in the first step of our approach and enables our partners not only to predict, but also to monetize the benefits associated with the outcomes each program is expected to produce. And third, arguably the most difficult and most important, we help our partners use all of that information to help guide their budget and policy choices, primarily by targeting their resources to the programs that are most likely to be cost beneficial to both their residents and to their state or locality as a whole. And I'm proud to report that it's working. To date, our partner jurisdictions have used the Results First approach and tools to target $180 million towards evidence-based programs and develop a culture of evidence-based policymaking. For example, New Mexico, which was our first Results First state to implement the model in all available policy areas, has used its Results First analysis to direct more than $100 million to evidence-based programs in adult criminal justice, child welfare, and early education. In addition, the state is incorporating evidence into their policymaking processes in a systematic way. For example, last fall, the Corrections Department adopted a policy that mandates that 70% of programmatic funds be directed to evidence-based programs. The department also adopted contracting standards that requires vendors to document their use of evidence-based practices and monitor outcomes for programs developed in New Mexico to ensure that they meet the state's goals. Moving a little north, Colorado has completed program inventories and benefit cost analyses in the adult criminal justice, juvenile justice, and child welfare policy areas, and is already using their results to reallocate funds in the FY 16-17 budget. For example, the state will repurpose $2 million in FY 16-17 and $2.4 million in subsequent years for a new community corrections pilot project for at-risk offenders that will center treatment on evidence-based cognitive behavioral therapy programs. And back here on the East Coast, New York State has used the Results First framework to target more than $50 million in state general funds towards effective evidence-based alternatives to incarceration programs. Recipients of these funds are required to show that the programs are being implemented according to their original design, ensuring fidelity, and that they are achieving expected outcomes. The state also leveraged its Results First analysis to compete for and win a $12 million Pay for Success grant from the U.S. Department of Labor. These are just a few of the growing number of examples of states and counties across the country that are actively using evidence to inform their budget and policy choices. We applaud this commission's work and share your commitment to bring data and evidence to the forefront of federal decision-making. We stand ready to be a resource as you consider how federal policies and practices could support state efforts to use data and research in the policymaking process. As you develop your recommendations, please consider the effect of federal policies on these state and local efforts, and feel free to contact us and our partners with any questions you may have regarding lessons learned at the state and local level and how they could be applied at the federal level. Thank you for your time. We look forward to continuing the conversation.
Thank you all. I don't know, Allison, do you want to start with this go-round or?
Sure, no, and thank you all for. I didn't do my microphone. David, I'm curious, in looking at the recommendations that Results for America and the coalition of groups you worked with, one thing that I was struck by is I appreciated the concreteness of the recommendations and the sort of tiering within each of the categories that the commission is charged with looking at, but it did strike me that a lot of the recommendations would require additional resources, and we know we're in an environment where that can be a challenge. Are there certain areas where you would suggest we prioritize, or the commission, try to think about prioritizing if we are able to suggest dollars, where those dollars be directed?
Mm-hmm. One of our primary policy recommendations has been that 1% of funds be set aside from every federal program for program evaluations. And so we believe that within program budgets, there should be investments in things like evaluation plans, in hiring a chief evaluation officer, and some of the other policy recommendations in our coalition letter. And even in terms of clearinghouses, we think that 1% investment, could go a long way in meeting the financial resource needs that Co-Chair Haskins referenced a few minutes ago.
It's helpful. Thank you.
Let me first observe the evidence-based movement in Washington would be kaput without the organizations represented at this table. I'm serious. These are fabulous organizations, done a tremendous amount, and Sarah gets credit for two, not just Results First, but Pew has been a primary funder, like Arnold and several other foundations. So thank you for that. One thing that I thought of, given the brief time, that I think is really important is that, and this has to do with your critique of a clearinghouse, we have no choice. We have to have part of our report on clearinghouse in the statute. We got to do it. And I've been concerned about it as well for the reasons you cited and others. But Pew has put together in a few cases, immense data sets, and they had to do something about the definitions. They had to do something. Can you imagine all the computer-based mechanics behind? So I can go on one data set and I can one website and access to all the information on those data sets, and some of it is displayed. If you look at the displays, they're wonderful and they're very informative, and it make it easy to navigate and so forth. So it strikes me that I would like you all to get together and write a letter to us about the experience that because you've done this. You've created the kind of data set, it's the closest I know. There may be others, I don't know. But to create a single data set from 8 separate data sets and all the technicalities and everything involved, it would be very helpful for you to write a frank letter to the commission about all the problems you encountered, how much it's used, if users complain, that sort of thing. It would be very valuable to the commission to be able to know about that.
We'd be happy to. Thank you.
I wanted to pick up on something you were talking about, Colleen, at the end of your testimony, which is the vital statistics system, which you were suggesting as a model, as a...
Right, and sorry, I was running short on time to elaborate on that, but I know that I was struck by the earlier conversations about the wage record data, which also are near and dear to my heart, and yet how difficult those data are to use because they are state-owned. And so using them across states, even within the LEHD system, requires lots of separate agreements. And I'm not suggesting there's a magic bullet, but I know that the vital records system, because it's part of a federal-state cooperative system, they have, I think through a lot of hard work and over a long period of time, put together an amazing data system such that you can literally with a click of a mouse download a data set that represents every state and jurisdiction. It's a limited data set, but then you can also through restricted access and special application download receive a much more detailed data set. Although that application process isn't trivial, it is a very streamlined process because you send a single application to the National Center for Health Statistics, which then works with NAFSIS, the Association of State Data Registrars, and they put together a data set for you. So even though the vital records are owned by each state, you're not having to apply to every state to get those data. And so I would just wonder if there aren't some wonderful lessons learned from their experience.
That's an interesting model that has, from your description, a couple of key features. One is the federal investment in the standardization and creation of these data.
Absolutely, and that wouldn't happen overnight, to be sure.
No, it's taken a long time.
Yes.
But I was not aware of this, I don't know what you call it. It's a clearinghouse of sorts where NCHS, you go into NCHS and they deal with the state registrars.
Right, well, and because it's an actual cooperative data system, you know, they work in partnership. So you can now, like I said, just download the entire federal data or national data set, even though it's limited in the variables that they let you have.
Well, I think I feel like we've had a lot of very useful input and a lot of things to go away and think about. So I want to thank everyone who was here to speak with us. One thing just to mention here before we conclude is that for anyone who's still here in the room and also anyone who may be listening online, in addition to hearing testimony at these hearings, we are also soliciting comments from members of the public on a range of questions. I know some of you have seen our request for comments that was published in the Federal Register. If you haven't, it's available at our website at cep.gov, and we would like to encourage your feedback. So anyway, thank you very much, and I think we can bring the proceedings to a close. We appreciate your being here.